Right, like, you could have made, like, an elderberry pie would have been better,
Mhm. Oh, yeah.
boysenberry,
I made a
even a baked
strawberry
apple
pie
pie.
lined with chocolate once, and it was the best pie I've ever made. I don't like pie, but that pie gets a pass.
The pie pass.
Delicious. Why eat pie when cake exists?
Why does your token remind me of a medieval, what is it, a
I like
Rowlet
medieval.
from Pokemon?
Oh
It's a
no.
Rowlet.
It's funny because did I pick Rowlet? I think I picked Rowlet or Litten when I played that game, but yeah, I don't
Well, I
know.
mean, if you picked Rowlet, you picked the best one.
Yeah. Well, I still was in the headspace of I need a flying Pokemon, and to use fly, but that doesn't actually exist in that game.
See, I'm always in the headspace of, grass is the best.
No, grass is weak because
No one can convince me
fire
otherwise.
needs it.
Every Pokemon
I'm
game
a
from
water
the start,
starter.
been grass. Hundo B.
Always done grass.
Task manager's not responding. I cry.
That's when you know your computer's kinda fucked.
It closed. It's fine. Oh my land.
I'm totally saving that token as Rowlet, though.
Okay.
Shit.
Rowlet's a good boy.
It's, like, slightly annoying because I gotta save it, and then I have to upload it to Roll20.
Mhm.
It won't let me just drag a file from, like, Discord or something.
Yeah, I had that trouble with a lot of different things. I actually use Discord to move files sometimes. If I've like taken a picture of a sketch, I just put it on Discord
God.
and save it. I can resize it if you want, so she appears smaller. Cause
It uploaded
appear
it like
massive.
fucking huge.
Yeah. Oh no, I can crop it. I have the PNG. Also test.
I'm gonna.
I'm sorry.
You might need to fix it a little.
I can fix it. Yeah.
And I have
It
to.
might not work right away.
I can drag you guys to the tokens layer or the tokens page that I have, and you'll see why.
I forget how many pixels it was when I made the. Oh, she looks small there. That looks okay.
Little.
Small.
I mean, she is supposed to be small, but it's
Yeah,
like
she's tiny. Yeah.
Okay, I was reading the
cute.
size and I'm like, why is it? There's weight and height. Oh,
yes,
what do you mean size? Oh, you mean like
yeah, like
Oh,
small.
I like the little selection you have for me.
That's yeah.
Yeah, I have the fucking line of animal forms.
You have a lot of edible forms for an owl, so that's gonna be interesting. Oh no!
Oh my god!
Maximum cute.
Maximum owl.
Would
Also,
you
I was
believe?
looking up the weight of like real owls about that are about 2 feet tall, and like they weigh nothing. But I ended up making her a bit heavier because she'd probably be a bit stronger, and she has like extra arms.
Yeah, it
they weigh like 8 pounds.
It uploaded the token like this fucking big. That it just popped into my screen that size, and I was like, "Oh shit! Okay, hold on. Let me just shrink it down, and that is now 1 tile."
Yes, I am small. Okay, that looks good.
It kind of
like,
looks
size-wise.
It looks good size-wise, but like, yeah, I won't be able to really see much.
It is gonna be hard to
differentiate.
Use another background as an example.
Uh-oh. Oh no,
let me copy it over to this one.
Yeah, be really quick.
And see, this won't be too bad.
I could give it a border, maybe. Oh, I had to scroll out. It's weird. You can't like click and drag to places. You gotta move the. I'm small.
You can if you hold right click.
Oh. Oh, that's so much help. Thank you.
Dicks.
Oh no, you guys are hurt.
And we got our cheeks clapped. the last one.
That
Oh no.
doesn't
How you doing, Warder?
look right.
I used to.
Oh,
Way
that
bigger
doesn't look
ones
right.
than
Immediately
usual.
takes Donk's health.
It was showing it as like
What?
20 plus somethings out of 60, and I was like, that doesn't look right.
Dunk takes emotional damage.
Emotional
Always.
damage.
I don't know why it's always your character token that doesn't like its own health value.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if it's just because on one of these like dozen pages I have, there's a character token that's fucked. I haven't looked through all of the pages yet. But I don't know if it's specifically your character sheet or if it's the token itself is screwed up somewhere. I'll figure it out one day. You know, eventually.
One day.
But yeah, imagine like to see this owl on this background isn't terrible. I can find more of like a stone. Well, even a stone background would be awful.
Oh no.
It's just small. It'll be hard to spot if you're zoomed out.
Yeah. I was trying to
I'd
keep
work with like a white
colors.
outline or something.
I was
Might
thinking
have
that, yeah.
Yeah, because that might be easy enough to just like wrap around it. But you don't have to do that now, of course. But
I'm quick. I'm the fastest.
Is that my old token?
I think it might be. This is like the first or second like combat screen that you guys did.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's not as
That's
bright.
that ain't looking right.
I just
Yeah,
glow
I think that's your old one.
heavenly light.
Yeah, because even the bow and everything doesn't look right.
Whoop. Put that.
I was like, do I need to
No.
redo this? What
Drag
the
you guys
fuck?
back to the world map.
Wait, I want to make it.
This token represents your character, controlled by anyone that can control that character. Quick token representation.
Yeah, I did do that updated what do you call it, group sketch thing, but I forgot to put it into like a token style shape.
Is AC.
Whoopsie-daisy.
Blue is speed. Speed. I can just type it in. I'm done.
What am I doing? Why is that not appearing?
Nope. Wrong one. That's HP, not honor toggle. Alright. Token settings are saved there. I keep forgetting that some of you have low health, and I keep looking at your tokens like, that doesn't look
Yeah.
like the right health
Is
value.
it-
No, it is. It is.
Isn't Mare the lowest?
Yeah.
Then is it? Wait, does Val have more than me? I can't remember now.
No.
No. Mare and Val are both, like, very close. And then it's you, and then, it is now actually you, then Horzu, then CL's character, and then Donk.
What? I'm hurt.
Eat by a bird.
No, as far as health values, like the high, like your max health.
Oh yeah. I forgot.
I also forgot to point out to you one of the best feats for surviving combat. The tough feat, which just gives you an extra 2 health per level.
Nice.
The only reason Donk is beating you in health is because he has that feat.
Oh, yeah.
Can't beat the
The Goliath.
good taste of home cooking though.
Rude.
Yeah, that'll I'm sure be useful. She took the chef feat.
I'm a chef.
Little chef bird.
Yeah. I know how to cook good.
Good. I
Time to
like
cook
to
the
eat.
bird.
Yeah. Can you put yourself? Wait, no, I'm not gonna make that joke.
Oh no. I think
Warm bath.
Yeah. You're full.
Maybe if you're a bigger bird. I don't know if it's all worth it for a little
Big
owlet,
bird.
you know? Yeah.
I'm not a baby.
The bird.
I'm full grown.
Oh. This
I'm
is
just small.
just small.
Buh.
Well, you got the right amount there.
I'm gonna have something sent over to you, Folia, in just a sec.
Well, I'm outlining everything.
Is it more animal tokens?
No. From my understanding. No, I'm giving you a group.
Oh, maybe it's that one. If I delete that version of Donk, maybe
I
that'll
do
help.
need to draw up some animal tokens. That'd be nice.
Found a version of Donk that wasn't correct. Maybe that was the one screwing up.
Oh shit.
Right on.
Do the white outline really quick.
You got the right stuff there.
Did that save? What did I call? Outline.
And you got the right stuff. Okay, so hopefully in the future that'll have fixed your character.
Aye.
Otherwise, I give up.
Oh.
Here, this one
Otherwise,
has
I will have
a
to go
white
through
outline.
every page and delete every single token that I have for you, and then re-add every token that I have for you.
Oh no.
Oof.
Oh, I sent it to Nick instead, but there you go,
Yep.
Nick. There you go.
Not me.
I saw F, and I was like, that's the one.
Oh no.
Whoopsie. But hey, you got a sneak peek. Sneaky peeky.
I sent over a picture, but I just outlined it in white if that helps.
I'm sure it will. Sure, that's a pizza.
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 Pizza,
Pizza.
pizza.
Add the beats.
Pizza. A pill and a pizza.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Alright. Now that that's done. Yep, it uploaded it fucking huge again. I gotta resize it again.
I should have resized it while I was doing that. Whoops.
What size do you use?
I forget. I looked up when I was first doing Krita. I looked up what's like the basic size you should use. And I just never changed it. But it looks like it's in pixels. It's like 3000 by 2000.
It's not too bad. I think I use usually on what do you call it? Clip. I use like I think 3000 by 3000 or 2000 by 2000. And I think on my iPad is like similar to that. That works.
Always great to make it that size, except for in Roll20. Each tile is, I think, 70 pixels.
Oh.
Oh damn.
Oh no.
So you imagine
That
when
high right
uploading
now.
it thinks the picture should be
Big boy.
pretty fucking big.
I'm actually the big bad guy.
The big owl.
Just a big owl.
It's the big
Server!
daddy, but the big is in quotations.
Why you gotta throw things at me?
Like there's like a giant shadow as the door opens, and then it just reveals little baby. Not an actual baby, but tiny. I've been expecting you.
Sparkle, did yours go off?
Probably throw it at your toe or something.
Supposed to hit the face.
What?
No, it really doesn't.
I installed tits.
Oh no, that one hit your boobies.
I love your face, server. How
I
you
was
doing?
watching for I'm on my laptop, so I'm on. Hopefully, I still count as a viewer, but I'm not like.
Do we need to throw more?
I have a
use my points. I have so many points.
button to just do it.
It's called the bully sparks, but.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now I feel like I have to do a dramatic portrait of Donk, but he's not a very dramatic man.
Oh my god.
No, it'd be dramatic if he was posing because of his cape.
Yeah, the wind. Yeah.
Why do I need a dramatic?
Oh no, I'm looking at what I've drawn for Mare and Orzu, and they both look very drama. So does Javel actually. Very drama.
So dramatic.
Fucking. Yeah.
So yeah, you can see it on Roll20 right now.
Oh!
Yeah. That's the size of the image you gave me, and that's what Roll20 thinks it should be.
I don't know if you told me before, but sorry, I can send them as at
No,
least a little bit
it doesn't
smaller.
matter. I'm fine with the
Thank you for the
big
hydrate.
ones. I just have to like fucking resize them. And sometimes
We are
it's hard to
everywhere.
find where the edge of it is.
I'm upset that I'm the smallest person on this token.
It's because you're sleeping.
This
Also,
is-
it's very hard to figure out where to put you. To be honest with you.
Right in the back.
But like,
Do you like taking pictures?
No.
oh my god,
He hide.
he hide. Because Dong's always sleeping. He's either eating, sleeping, or fighting.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Because yeah, I
One
originally was
person save.
trying to figure out. I was gonna have you and Horzu like arm wrestling or like doing something like that, or like getting angry at each other. But the way, and I wanted to do a more intensely Mare like floating off with her staff was initially gonna be it, but like it was gonna be like the way Nick describes it's always really cool. She sort of like kicks off the ground and floats off, which is really cool. But I just couldn't get the fucking couldn't get the angle right. So, but she's still floating. You can't really tell, but she is floating. Yeah, and Donk was originally gonna be either like doing the arm wrestle like intensely angry stare with Horzu, or he was gonna I was gonna have the arms on I was gonna do the floating pose basically with the cape, but I just couldn't fit. It's the amount of characters in one which makes it really hard. So I'm trying to make sure they can all be seen physically. So I'll try and do a portrait of him where he's doing the stance at some point.
That's really
does have to
impressive though, because
Oh.
like drawing that many characters, oh my gosh, it's daunting.
It'd be rough. I think
Boy, drawing in general. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Drawing
Agreed.
good.
I agree, but I do enjoy it. But I do need to talk to you, Polly, about if the way I've drawn him is correct, or if there's any other ways, because I'd like need to figure out before I try and draw like a full-on portrait of him.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Sweet.
This bitch.
All right. Do you think one question I do have, and this is important to me, just character-wise, does he have any like blemishes, face stuff, freckles, anything, like just sort of add on characteristically? eye bags.
With
Big
going
eyelashes.
venturing with this party, probably.
I
Probably.
always imagined him with just a slight stubble.
Slight stubble. I could do
Yeah,
slight
I could see
stubble.
that.
A
little 5 o'clock shadow.
Does he have like really thick hair? Because it's black. Like, do you think his eyebrows are quite thick? Like, do you like in that sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like, I'll probably even do a couple hairs, like little stray hairs on the ends, sort of thing. In that case.
Donk 70s porn
Mustache.
stash. Wow.
No,
We don't need that.
too much work. Good idea, too much work.
No.
Always
I
trying to
don't
make me
want
grow
to
a freaking
try
facial
it.
hair, bud.
No,
Seriously,
no
wait.
fucking facial hair, please.
That would make the scene
Facial
with the
hair.
arm wrestling with the bird a very different scene.
Yeah.
I can draw werfs and warders, but I can't really draw any other.
See, if
I
it's
struggle
stubble,
with-
you can just draw a bunch of dots.
Beardism. Screw you, werf.
True.
I'm trying, bud.
My style allows for it. But I can't do stubble because I don't know how to do that.
You just do dots or lines.
Listen. It wouldn't look right with my style, I think.
Oh no.
Or you just give the jawline like a slightly darker shade.
Or I just shave everyone's beards.
Fuck that.
We don't do that here. No beards.
But fun. I'll see you guys later.
Oh,
Right?
wake up with a bare face.
Ain't nobody touch my beard.
It's okay for characters that can't grow facial hair. Just wear the belt of Dwarven kind. You have a
Oh,
50-50
no.
chance of waking up with a full-ass beard.
Even if you're a female character.
yo.
Yes.
Imagine
Especially if you're a female
I think
character.
I think
No
she
matter
would pull it
matter
up really
what you
well.
are, what race, what character, whoever you are, you have a 50-50 shot of waking up every morning with a full beard.
But
I
would
just think, like, come on, Jaffel with the ribbon and the beard.
would there be red in the
Little-
beard?
Yes, 100% the beard.
Good.
I feel like you would just go like full Viking style and just like tie ribbons in the beard and everything,
Yeah,
like
and
put
there'd be,
beads in it.
braids and
Oh my
shit.
god.
Yo, gender bent Jaffel.
Mm.
Oh
Fuck that
shit.
shit.
Well, I
Just
already
like-
gender bent my
Well, now you
Mine.
Alright.
Vasca's basically a gender bender fucking meh.
Mhm. That makes sense.
Oh my god. So I'm trying to draw the just while we're waiting.
Mhm.
I'm trying
Drawn
to draw
two.
the fucking pose for Donk, and he's got his fucking butt popped out. I'm like, oop, calm
Oh,
down
yeah.
there, buddy.
Alright, I mean we're good
Show
to
off the
start at
dumpy.
any point.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm happy. Let us know. Let us know. Let us know.
So, I mean, we left off with you guys fighting Low Dent, having a interesting conversation with him before things kicked off. Nearly dying, half of you, to the fight with him. After a bunch of frustration through a darkness spell and not being able to really see or hit him reliably, he tried to flee and got caught by pure chance of Donk walking to the door to close it. And
Donk
he
MVP.
happened to run into him. But from there, you very quickly looted the area. Somebody cut off his head to take with you, and then had to flee before further vandalizing his body, or further looting the grounds. But you made away with what you assume is decent loot, at least is mostly magical, before fleeing across most of Asgore to the hideout, I guess you could say, that you've been staying in for a bit. But we left off with you guys just getting back and fleeing to the other side of the city.
So we're all just there?
Yeah, so you guys all made it back to the safe house and then down into the like almost basement like area where they've been kind of keeping you out of sight.
Okay. Horror do.
Hmm.
She's like desperately like looking at her hair. Do I have a bald spot?
Oh god. Yes.
What? No.
Just kidding,
That was
just
so
kidding,
many
just kidding.
fireballs. Why do you aim at me, man?
It was only like 5,
That was big.
4, maybe. Can't remember.
That's 5 too many. I tell you what.
Some of which were upcasted, so they did more damage.
Yeah, this is why I don't trust those magic commands. They're dangerous.
Just like you don't trust my mouth.
It's true. It's magic.
Once again, the mouse.
Even though literally every time it's
MVP.
touched you, you felt better.
Yeah, but emotionally, not causes more damage.
Emotional damage. Well, so we did it. We finally did it. Well, instead, everything's fine, right?
Yeah, I guess.
What's wrong?
I still didn't figure out his color. He kind of ignored me.
Yeah, no. You just sort of.
Didn't you hear him in
Cat-
his last second though?
Huh?
No,
He's like blue.
I'm pretty sure he just went bleh.
No, I heard it. Blue.
You can't hear anything in that
You
stupid
said
helmet.
blue.
I don't trust you. I need to know.
Oh my god.
Well, maybe we can do some more research.
Maybe. Yeah, right.
So, we have this head, right?
Who has the head?
I think.
That's a good one.
Pretty sure
Wait,
it's in the-
Take
Horthu,
a
are you?
wild guess.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Who
you threw like
has the
everything in the
separate
bag.
Horthu, how's it feel having a little rotten corpse in your bag?
What else? Do I have the head?
Wait, who else has the head?
It was put in the bag of holding.
Oh,
No.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, man.
Yo, pass it over. We can play catch.
It's like my
Why
friend
would you
that
say
really
that?
puts her stuff in.
Why not? I earned a good game of catch.
That was not in character, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll play catch as long as it's not still dripping. I
What do
don't
you
got my
say,
gloves on.
little jerkin?
You know, blood's still squirting out.
Little bleh,
It's gonna be
little bleh.
gonna be messy, you know. Hey, where did we take this guy? Where's Dust?
That's a good question. Yo, Dust!
Oh, he's probably still dealing with the other thing.
Do I notice dust anywhere?
Give me a perception check.
Sheesh.
Man, with that, you notice there's no one else in the room. It's a pretty big room. You do see a couple of the almost like weird or hidden mechanisms that some of them have. There's like one in the wall that would And you've seen a couple of them as you've been working with Dust. You've seen a couple that are like a hidden, like, essentially switch would open a false wall. You notice one of the large, like, kegs that are on the back wall. One is just a fake keg. But other than the usual either false panels or false indications, there's no one else in the place.
Would I know where he would be, like, just guessing off of, like, you know, spending those 2 weeks, you know, going on jobs with him?
Odds are he would usually either be here or out on a job.
Okay.
There were a few times that you've worked with him that he would disappear for a while, just kind of giving you a job and then fucking off for a bit to go handle something. But for the most part, he would hang around either here or within one of the nearby places.
So the best bet is just to wait here and...
Most likely.
Okay. We should wait here. I tell the group.
Can I get a drink? Fireballs and all that.
She gives you a
you
guilty
can-
look
Maybe a
and
cold
turns away.
shower.
You can certainly pour yourself one.
Wait, where is the drinks?
I mean, they're like, so what you're in is almost a basement style tavern of sorts. Like there is a bar, there is some kegs behind it and everything. Not entirely sure what's in some of them, but they're there.
Well, she's going for a drink for sure. It's been a long day for old Jaffel.
Okay.
Jaffel, you're more resilient than I thought.
Roll me a d10.
Oh no.
I want to see what you grab.
Okay.
Horzu's pee-pee.
Poison.
What?
Alright.
Oh, that's the one.
No,
I
that's
fucked that up,
was
didn't I?
yep.
Aw,
Wait, no space, right?
No space, just 1d10.
that would have been great.
There you go.
Oh, I had so much trouble with that.
Yeah, you can always tell it's incorrect because there's no like dice icon behind the numbers. Okay, an 8. You grab not a keg of ale. It is a keg of what smells like strong whiskey.
Oh, hey.
Jesus, a keg of it?
Pass that around.
I think the only people that might know, I would say Horzu and Mare. Both give me a history check.
Okay.
I guess
History,
history.
that
Jesus
History would be the
Christ.
closest, probably.
Horzu
One
just
and a
drinks.
two.
History.
Horzu. I mean, it's strong whiskey. Mare, from your past and previous adventures, this is a oddly large keg of a somewhat expensive Dwarven import. To get it anywhere in the Silver Marches is either expensive or unusual to begin with. It's not uncommon, but it's certainly on the higher end of what you can commonly find.
Are we paying? Or did we just go behind the bar and grab it?
Yeah,
I
where
mean,
did
there's
you
no one
pull this
here.
out of?
Alright, drink up, everybody. You won't
Oh,
want to
yeah.
miss.
Pour one up there, lady. Whew.
Horse
She
is
shot glasses one.
Dunk joins for sure.
Oh, yeah.
This is the good stuff.
Okay, yeah. The second you down it, it burned. Kind of like what the outside of the fireball felt. That's
Just
now in
gonna
your
say,
throat.
Feels familiar.
That's just now burning your insides.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
sure
that
if
means
it's the
working.
Yeah, not sure if it's the greatest feeling you want to feel after having that on the outside of you. But it certainly is alcohol and very strong. Taste wise, not actually that great. For a dwarven whiskey, it's one of their cheaper versions. It's still a dwarven whiskey, so it's strong and powerful, but it's one of their cheaper ones.
Apple does this sort of like the vodka face after you take a shot of vodka.
Yep.
I don't know how to say what that is, but
No, I understood that perfectly.
Yeah, you take a shot and you're like, ugh. Ugh.
And she just sort of like plonks down like, oh, mate. And she perhaps sips at another glass instead of just shotting it.
All right, anyone doing anything else? Y'all just gonna sit here and wait?
Meval sits in the very corner, rewrapping the bandages on her arms, and tries to not look at anybody else. But yes, she waits.
What time is it?
At this point, the raid would have gone on. He would have waited for a bit. Mid-afternoon, so probably like 4 or 5. You've got at least a couple hours till sundown.
Hey, is there any cards?
I don't think we picked up cards yet.
Oh man, I'll play
I
some
wanna
cards.
start
Play some
ritual
21.
casting, identify and stuff.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you have a particular order you want to identify them? Because each ritual has to take 10 minutes.
Yep. Okay, good. I'm gonna ask Grady for backup, but I'll do the gem first.
Okay. Where are you casting this?
I'm gonna be like sitting in a corner.
Okay. Mare, are you sitting with him?
I'm going to sit with him with a piece of cloth in my hand and close my eyes, ready to cover the gem if I need to.
Okay. Horza, you pull the gem out of the bag?
Mm-hmm.
ooh, that gem's shiny.
Don't look, dog.
Oh,
Oh, give
Pretty
another
sure
thought.
it's
I assume the rest of you, I know, Mival, you said you're in another corner. Jaffel and Dunk, where are you guys sitting?
I mean, I was next to the bar and I just sort of plonked down
yeah,
where I
next
was.
to the bar,
Okay, so you guys are at the bar.
Yes.
Okay, Horza, you pull out the gem. Where did I put this? No, seriously, where did I put it? Oh, right, no, there it is.
Oh, seriously, game. Come on now.
Horzu and Mare make a charisma saving throw.
Charisma, Jesus.
Or actually, no, sorry. Who was part of it the first time when y'all looked at it?
Me and Sparks.
Zoo and Val. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Mare, were you?
She had to make a
I'm the one
check
that walked
or
up and
whatever.
covered it. Yeah.
Well, you did make a check.
Yes.
Okay, so the two of you have been previously affected. Mare, I assume you had saved previously. Horzu, do you remember if you saved previously or not?
I did not.
I'm pretty
did not.
sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure Horzu did not. Mare did because she was able to levitate it out of the fire.
Okay, so Mare, you would have actually been unaffected. Horzu, you pull out the gem, and man, does this gem sparkle! And there's such intricate patterns in it, and you start staring at it.
Oh.
I'm just be like, all right, are you ready, Horzu? And does he respond, or is he completely entranced?
He's just like blindly staring like off into the distance, kind of like at or through the gem almost.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and just cover it back up. And smack him. Well, smack his helmet, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, Horzy, you're
turn,
staring at
Horzy.
this gem. And then you feel a clunk on the helmet and you look back and the gem's covered and you're like, what happened?
Maybe save that one for last, trash can.
Alright, we'll leave that one covered up for now. Let's do a vial of unknown red liquid.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, you'll start with that. You pull it out, and it is, unlike a health potion, which are very thin vials, kind of smaller ones, this is almost like it still has a tighter, almost like neck at the top, with a cork on it, but it's intricately like sealed at the top around the cork, and then it comes down into a almost like rounded bottom to it, and the liquid in there is like almost like a deep crimson. And after you identify this, you instantly understand why his spellcasting was so potent. This is a Bloodwell vial specific to sorcerers, similar to how the drums are for bards, an all-purpose tool would be for artificers. This improves both the spell save DC and the casting of sorcerer spells. This one's a +2 version.
This guy was juicing. Alright, I'll pop that back in, pull out the suit.
Okay, you pull out his suit, still kind of covered in a bit of his own blood. Also a little bit of yours. Would it be Dunk's? I don't remember. Somebody's blood. But the suit itself, while being kind of stained with a bit of blood, there's no cuts on it. There's no points in which it looks damaged or anything. It is a just very well made suit. And then after identifying that, put you at about the 20-minute mark. Yeah, you would still finish this one. This you identify as understanding why it was a little bit harder to hit him. This suit is a +1 suit. It's a set of plain clothes, so it wouldn't count as any armor, but anyone who wears it would have a +1 to AC.
Alright, cool beans.
And as you're identifying the suit, give me an investigation check. Okay. As you're doing the ritual cast, involves kind of shifting the suit around so that it gets within the runic circle and everything. As you shift at one point, you feel almost like there's something in the suit. The spot that you grabbed, it almost feels like there's like a rock or something in part of the suit. And after you notice that, you kind of like flip it over. There's no pockets or anything that you notice around there. Kind of start like looking on the inside of the suit and everything, and you see a very almost well stitched and well concealed pocket, just on the inside of the left chest. And as you fish around in there, you pull out a decent sized looking diamond.
You eat it pretty good. What do you think?
A what diamond?
worth diamond? How much is worth, you know?
I know, jeweler. Shoot.
Darn it.
It seems like a non-magical diamond. Just a regular diamond.
I mean, you're holding it. There's nothing happening. As far as you can tell, it's just a normal diamond.
I don't trust it. Okay, I'll keep that separate then.
Okay. Right, no one is trained in jeweler's kits, right?
I don't think so.
Doubt it.
Rain and smash.
Tainters, thieves.
You at least might know a little. Just give me a straight intelligence check.
Big brain Horzu, come on. Oh,
It's a diamond. It's a decent size. Not overly large. It's still small enough to conceal within that pocket. But it's definitely more than like. It's a little bit large for a small ring. It would look in place if it was a very gaudy ring on a noble.
All right, I'll pop it into the bag and look at it later, I guess.
Okay. And are you going to try identify the gem, or?
I'll try it one more time, and I'll give Mare the heads up. We can do it, Granny. Come on.
Can I just like sit behind him playing my drums to give him inspiration to hopefully not fuck up a save at the end?
Sure. Do you have any more bardic inspiration to use? I don't remember if you used them all for the fight.
I am full everything. I think I reset it after the last fight because I assumed we were taking a long rest. So I don't know.
I'm just going to assume you had one left.
Okay. That's my fault. I assumed we took a long rest.
Actually, I don't think you had ever used
Or
the ability
short
for the
rest.
drums.
What's
Definitely
the
not for the
ability do?
drums, no.
I think the secondary part of the drums is it gives you an extra bardic inspiration. If you take an action to get it.
Sure, I'll do that.
Let me
I
double
know I
check.
did do that.
You donk.
+1 rhythm
I should say
maker's
Polly.
drums.
what happened?
What's the color of your cape?
Yeah, as an action, you can play the drum to regain 1 use of your bardic inspiration.
Perfect. I'll do that.
But it's a once a day feature.
That's fine.
I don't know what color the cape is.
Okay,
Green
so yeah,
dark.
you can do that and then give
Red.
Horzu inspiration. Horzu, as you pull out the gem, give me a charisma saving throw.
Or purple. Or
Green
blue.
or purple? Oh no.
This is why I hate drawing for him.
Yeah, go with your heart.
Well, red
This
was the
bitch.
first one, so I'm going with your heart. Go with
Okay.
your heart is such a.
I'm using the inspiration or no?
Yeah.
I have to ask because you have to roll it before I give you the determination of whether it succeeds or not.
Does
Yeah,
he roll
let's
or
do
do
it.
I roll?
He would roll.
What is it? D6?
26.
Four?
I hate you.
It's okay. He's gonna land big roll right now.
Ah, wow. That's rough.
Actually no, for 5th level it should be a D8 now.
Haha.
Is it what?
It's a D8.
I'm 5th level. I
That's not a very good number, is it?
Oh no.
I mean, you still succeed.
Christ.
So as you reveal the gem again, you kind of stare at it and start to like kind of get pulled into the intricacies and kind of blink and shake your head a little bit, and you're like, okay, no, you're good. You're good. So you're gonna start identifying that?
Yep.
Okay. About 3 minutes into your 10-minute ritual cast, you guys start hearing footsteps and some people now entering the building.
Hello? Who this?
Block the view,
Wait.
Granny. Block the view.
Question. So you said that Mare was using the drums at some point for the inspiration.
Yeah, she would have had to use them at least a little bit.
Okay, so while she was doing that, because Jeff was like, "Oh, that whiskey's gonna do her," she starts dancing to the movement when the drums are going.
Oh.
Dancing to a random drum beat.
Okay.
Yeah,
I also
like,
I have to
love this
ask
beat.
because it's about a little over 20 minutes since the ritual casting would have started. How much are both of you drinking?
Okay, she didn't go
Yeah.
straight shots. The first one was a shot, and I'd say she sipped on like 2 or so solid whiskeys. So I'd say 3 drinks altogether is what Jaffel said. But it's gotten to her pretty fast because that's some strong shit right there.
I had 2 whole drinkies.
Gallons.
I mean, that could be a
Depends on what
drinky.
kind of cup I got.
Okay.
2 mega pints.
I'm gonna come in
Essentially,
and be like, I need to
3
save you from poison.
3 drinks worth for Jaffel. I'll say, what, 5 drinks worth for Donk?
Yeah.
Oh, Nick.
Okay. Both of you make Constitution saving throws.
1 sec.
1 sec. I got this.
Constitution.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh.
You're all right. You both have a very solid like. You're feeling the first bit of it. Nowhere near drunk, but yeah, no, you're feeling a good buzz.
I knew this was the good stuff.
Can't go wrong with a good whiskey. Whiskey.
Good one, Jaffel.
And as you guys are finishing the last one, after the amount of footsteps you hear upstairs, it sounds roughly like no more than half a dozen people. And as you hear, there's a good amount of like shuffling and moving around upstairs, and then a bit of quiet, and then you hear some starting to make their way downstairs, and the first person you see is actually Dust. He's leading the group that has made it back. Comes down, immediately spots all of you. Oh, great! You all made it back. Fantastic.
Barely.
Keep it down up there.
Yeah.
Scallions.
I see. You know what? Pour me a cup. Anyway, I assume everything went well? Yes?
I'll reach over into the bag of holding and just toss his head onto the table.
Jaffel's like hoarding the cups.
That is great proof, actually. A little bit gruesome, but honestly, probably the best case, best option to take with you, at least for
We've
proof.
had this problem before.
I guess it depends on what you usually fight. If you're looking for a specific person, the head's usually best. If you're looking for a general, like, you killed a bunch of goblins, you usually go with the ear.
Yeah, we made that mistake before.
We're used to the mistakes.
But no, head's good to identify the person, and it's good to know that is actually low dent. Especially considering if you take somebody's head off and they're not who they appear to be, the illusion usually fades at that point. So
More like no headed.
fantastic to know. Good to know that he's no longer around. As far as the child,
Oh.
Oh.
we succeeded. We've managed to get the child away from the burning shadows. The group that has the child had to flee in a different direction, so it might take them either a bit to get back, or you could go meet them where they are. But they had to, for the most part, flee out of the northwestern end of Asgore. So there's that. As far as I'm aware, they're safe though. I've been checking back I guess I've checked back once when we left, and that was about it. I'll check back in like an hour
With a sending stone.
to figure out. Well, we keep one person on hand that has the spell sending. That way we're not limited to the stone at least once a day.
Yeah.
To find where they are. I think they were in one of the groups with us, or at least nearby.
Limitations and all.
How quickly could you all get a message to Felbar about the child?
To Felbar. I mean, we have maybe one or two people close by. It depends on if you're looking for a written message or something verbal. The fastest, although it would just be verbal, the fastest we could get there is as soon as I find the gentleman that handles the sending, we can have a message sent to one of our members out that way, although he's closer to Linemel, so it might take a day or two to get to Felbar. As far as written, I mean, it could take to 2 weeks. Not really a very fast way of getting written or anything physical anywhere is kind of a bit of an issue. But again, verbally, like 2 days, maybe.
Let's take that route. There's some Genasi and Felbar who I think can use some good news.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. So then I assume you at least know where this child should be taken, yes?
Yes.
Good. Well, as soon as either you meet them or they get back here with the child, well, they'll be your problem.
That's a nice way to put it.
I mean, we don't do a lot of human trafficking, so
Hey, that's not a nice way to say it.
getting people in and out of places short of quick excursions, we don't specialize in that, so honestly, it would probably be a lot safer with you anyway.
That's a nicer way to say it. Good job, Dust.
Donk and another baby is like 2 babies.
Oh, yeah. Who's carrying the baby?
Yeah, who's carrying me?
Anyway, can I have that drink now? Yes?
You're not
She's
having
sort of
mine.
like
Pull it closer to my chest.
she has all these glasses, and she's just sort of like.
I mean, we're the ones that got the whiskey in here. Also, it was a lot. I assume you guys had a lot considering the burn marks and everything, but
Oh.
I could use a drink too. It's something strong.
What's the magic
Oh, I
word?
don't know. Yeah, yeah, you tell him.
Donk share.
Oh, poor Zoo.
Jaffle, share.
Slides one across. Humps. Humph.
Thank you. And he takes it and just downs it.
God damn.
Just downs it,
Boy.
slams the cup on the table. Okay. Oh, that was the good one. Okay. Not what I was expecting.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
But I asked.
I should have. Yep. To be fair, it looks like you all need it anyway, so.
Uh-huh. Are you talking about my bald spot? Or you said you were lying.
Well, I don't actually see a bald spot. I mean, the edges of your hair looks a little bit
A little bit what?
dried and maybe singed.
I have great hair.
To be honest, most of you, a good portion of your outfits look burned.
My bag is fine.
Was there a lot of fire?
Yeah.
He's a funny guy. This one's a funny guy.
Mivok cringes and looks away.
It's the funny man. Yes, that was a lot of fire.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm gonna take that as a I shouldn't have asked anyway. Well, at least that's done. He's dead, and no one has to worry about him again. Most we'll have to worry about won't be your problem. We'll have to worry about the fallout of that, but shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, pretty glad it's over. Well, dead. I got some drinks. Yeah, it's good times.
Did he? Do you have anything interesting?
Yep.
Just the
I mean, you're free to
tail.
keep it. You did the job, so anything that he had is yours. But just curious if you had any like notes or anything on him. Anything written?
Didn't
Knowledge?
get any information.
No notes.
Well, not the worst outcome.
To be honest, I don't think Big Mouth would have told us much anyways.
Horzu, have you continued with the identify?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Are you warning anyone that gets close?
When they would have come down, I would have said, "Stay over there."
Okay.
And then I told Mare to stand in front of it.
You do notice the arcane caster that had created the dome outside of Asgore for you guys. He's also with them, and he's looking over like genuinely curious. But if you told him to stay over there, he's like just kind of sitting at a table, staring at what you're doing from afar. And you see him with a book in hand and just kind of like quickly jotting down a couple things as he's watching you work.
Yeah, take notes, mister. I'm impressive, I know.
I'll say through most of this conversation, you would have finished that. You get what is, and I don't think this item actually exists. I've based it off of a couple of different things, but I call it the Gem of Greed. It is an uncommon item, and it is essentially a permanent version of the Insight Greed spell. It's a third level spell that, when cast, everything within 30 feet has to make a charisma save based off of the caster's DC. And if they fail, they're entranced for, I think it's up to a minute. What you get is a slightly modified version of that, where this is always emitting that spell. It essentially pulses every minute. But it has a couple limitations where it's a very like weak version of it. The range is cut, so it's instead only 15 feet. It's only active if there's 2 or more people around it, and the spell save DC is kind of low, only a 13. but I'll
Is it sight based? Like if you see it?
I believe due to the spell, I don't think it has to be sight based, but let me double check. So I based it off of the Insight Greed spell. Insight Greed. Page would load. Thanks, Wiki. There we go. Oh, the gem itself has to be an expensive gem, at least worth 50 gold to cast the spell. Although, looking at this gem, definitely worth more than the base 50. Yes, any number of creatures within range that can see you. So, the gem itself has to be sight based, but it's every minute it pulses the spell in a 15-foot range. And just for anyone that cares, that's the note I have for it. I don't know why it says more than 2. I meant to put 2 or more.
I'm gonna ask Dust if they plan on staying here for a little bit.
He looks over at you, and you can tell just from that first downing of the drink, he's already been slightly affected by it. Just the slight like turn and ever so slight sway in the way he turns. Yeah, we at least I'll be here for a bit. A lot of us will probably be around, and well, a lot of these kegs will probably be empty by the end of tonight. We have a lot to celebrate. Both of us succeeded. Lowden's gone, and short of the fallout of that, a lot of things are going well for us. So, yeah, we'll be here most of the night celebrating.
I'm gonna put the gem of greed back in the bag and then ask him if I can borrow his spellcaster from him a little bit.
Well, the wizard, yeah, yes. Are you talking about the one that does the sending spells?
Yep, that guy.
The sending spells.
Mm-hmm. I think so. Is he the one we knocked out in the forest?
No, that's the wizard that's currently with you guys, or currently in the place.
Okay, yeah, that's who I want to talk to.
Okay, so the wizard. Yeah, no, he's fine.
I don't trust you, wizard type.
So I'll beckon to the wizard and pull out that locked hand chest and plop it on the table.
Okay.
And tell him, we found it. There's something magic inside. I don't want to open it because I don't want to explode and die.
Okay, so you take it out and set it down. He very quickly closes his what you can assume is his wizard spell book. Closes it, looks over at the chest, moves maybe an inch towards it, and as you say that, he stops. And, right, okay. The chest isn't magical, but there's a spell in it. Oh, that's always annoying. Because, short of detecting magic and knowing the school of magic, then, you could tell roughly kind of what spell is likely in there, but then you can't really identify it without touching what the spell is on, and with the lid being how it is. I assume you tried to identify the spell, yes? Didn't work? Okay, so the lid's probably got some kind of spacing in between so that the spell isn't in contact with the lid. I assume you know the school of it, yes?
Yes, but I can't remember.
It would have been evocation.
Yep, that's the one.
Right. Okay. Well, evocation's usually
Elemental.
yeah, elemental and damaging. The best I could hope is either, assuming none of your party knows how to dispel magic, I could try that, and if that doesn't work, well, the best I could hope for is tomorrow I'll have at least rested for a while, and we could try for a quick reaction counterspell to whatever might be set off.
Let's do that.
The only issue with that one is that could be dangerous, and if I don't catch it fast enough, it could go off. But the dispel would at least be safe.
But will that turn whatever is inside kaput? Just turns it off?
It would get rid of whatever. Yeah, it would get rid of whatever magic is on the lid of the chest. We wouldn't be able to know what it was, but I mean, do you go with the safe disarming of it, not knowing what it was, or do you open it and as I counterspell it, hope to glean what it was and how dangerous it could have been?
Let's go for let's try the dispel thing first.
Okay, well that I can do now, and then if that doesn't work, countering it tomorrow is probably the best bet after. But yeah, give me 2 seconds. He opens his book, starts flipping through a couple pages, finds the one he's looking for. Okay, and then you see, relatively familiar to you. You've seen at least a dispel magic, or at least some form of it cast a couple times in your line of work. And he goes to dispel it. I have to look at the specifics of dispel magic. I believe it has a chance of failing. Yes, if you're casting it lower than... Okay, so I have to roll for this. And it's a d20 plus... using your spellcasting ability. So it would just be a d20 plus intelligence. Alright, let's see if this works. Holy shit, it worked.
Hey! My man!
Honestly shouldn't have, but it did. So yeah, so you see him as he's muttering arcane words over it, and you see a slight veneer of like purple kind of form around it, and then you hear the faint, almost shattering noise of a glyph being torn. And he turns back to you. Well, it worked. That honestly felt particularly potent, so I'm glad we took the safer route.
Yeah, me too. I
Uh,
saw them on my fingers.
don't entirely want to know what was actually in there. But hey, it's safe to open.
Alright.
If you could maybe, if you see any notes or anything, let me know what you find in there.
Will do. And I'll call out to Mival too. And Granny's still there, I imagine.
What do you call out?
I beckon her over. And I point at the little chesty thing. Open.
She gives a huff and she gets up and makes her way over to you. And she goes to open it.
Okay. Give me a roll with your thieves' tools. Shit.
Heh.
Okay, yeah, you go to open it, and it is a very intricate lock. Honestly, one of the hardest you've ever worked on, even for your past and some of the things that he had you do. You've never had a lock this intricate, and it takes you a while to get through it. And it's interesting in the sense that the lock, while being some base form of tumblers, is on a constant shifting. And so even if you were to get a couple of the tumblers locked into place, if you're not quick enough, it can shift again, and you have to restart, essentially. But you're able to very quickly, after understanding it for a little bit, definitely get all of the points in the lock sequentially. And after probably a good couple minutes of working with this thing, the lock snaps open.
There you go.
Oh, you found it. You can open it.
Are you still scared?
No. It's safe. I know it's safe.
Okay. And she opens it.
Okay. You flip it open, and there's a lot of money in here.
Oh!
There's a lot of money in here.
I don't even want to know the value of that. You can deal with that.
Okay. Horzu, one of the first things you notice is almost burned into the lid on the inside is a bit of like runic writing. Give me an Arcana check. You can't tell if it's runic writing or if it's just kind of weird burn marks on the lid. Hey, that's a lot of money, though.
It's a donk drawing.
Is the wizard still there?
He'd be sitting nearby. You guys didn't really move the chest or anything?
No. I call him over and I motion to the thing on the lid.
Okay.
What is this?
He peers closely at it. And holy shit, he also rolled a 1.
Mival goes and
Drink all your
sits and drinks with dust.
I was about to say that everyone's been drinking.
I shit you not, he rolled the 1 plus 6.
Huh.
Okay. Anyway,
She's getting drunk with dust.
he looks at it, and he's like, "Well, I mean, that's a lot of money there." I thought you had something exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, money is
Okay,
always exciting.
Yeah, we'll check it out tomorrow. You know.
But as you're, I assume Horsu, you're getting one of you is getting the money out of it, right? Counting how much there's.
Mival is sitting with dust and getting drunk.
Okay. Good to note. You're counting through, and it's mostly gold. There's a good portion of gold. As you're counting through, though, you do see a small bit of platinum with it. The total comes out to 500 gold and 50 platinum.
Oh, damn.
That's a lot of gold.
Mival don't even know
Which
the
is-
meaning of that.
50 platinum is also
No,
the
it doesn't either.
equivalent of 500 gold. So essentially, this chest contained the equivalent of 1,000 gold in it, just split into gold and platinum. So 500 gold, 50 platinum. Also, at the bottom of the chest, there are a couple slips of paper.
Okay. Granny, should we read this before we give them to the other guys?
What are we reading?
I don't know. There's slips of paper in here.
Yeah, just start reading them.
Okay, let's read them.
I'll distract.
Okay. You look at them. What languages do you know?
Common, one that I'm not gonna say out loud, and Gnomish.
Common,
Okay.
primordial, and abyssal.
Horsey, you have no idea what the fuck it says.
Sick.
Mary, you said
Common, primordial, and abyssal.
Basil. You have no idea what it says.
Okay, I'll call out to the wizard again.
Okay. He turns back. Okay, well those are actually interesting. Yes. Okay. And he picks them up. None of you can read this.
No.
What is it?
Huh. Well, do either of you know how to cast comprehend languages?
No.
Nope.
Let me ask you, wizard. What do you know the language?
Give me 1 second, and I will roll for him. Yeah, he'd be proficient in history. Yes. So he looks at it. Well, the script is. It's not something you see commonly. It's a very obscure one. Although I could understand Lodun with his history possibly understanding it. This is infernal.
Fun. Huh.
And well, annoyingly enough, comprehend languages is one of the spells I could never get a copy of the scroll for. I don't know why people hoard it, but could never find someone who decided to make one. So, unless you know anyone that speaks Infernal, good luck. And if these are important, maybe either let Dust or I know.
Okay.
Hey, at least you know what it is, though.
Yeah.
You know what to look for.
We'll work on it.
True.
Is it like two pages or 2 notes or?
It's a half dozen pages.
Oh, okay. Half dozen pages of Infernal. Alright, I'm gonna plop down and get some rest.
Where's Loden's head? Because it's on the table, right? No one touched it.
Yeah, it's just kind of been sitting out.
I'm gonna take that back, and kind of go sit by myself for a little bit.
Granny, you nasty.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, that was all the loot that you guys had. Okay. So I can close that. Anyone doing anything else? Kind of waiting until partying and then sleep.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, she's just with Dust.
Jaffel's like trying to stay up and not and then is passing out because she drank too much.
Yep. Same with Don.
She tires.
Okay. And I have to ask who's drinking.
Yeah.
Not me.
I will.
Okay. Donk is. Jaffel, did you continue drinking?
Yeah, she did for a while until she started passing out. I mean, while she was passing out. So. Yeah,
Mival,
she
you said you were having some.
Yes.
What time is it by now?
At this point, like 6 o'clock.
Like 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor's just gonna step out for some air if that's possible.
Okay. As you go to leave, Dust goes up. Well, don't go too far. I don't know who's out there. I'd say stay relatively close to the building. Should be fine. You can see he's already a couple drinks deep.
Okay.
Oh my God, B, that's so good.
Well, Dust.
Okay. So for those who are still drinking, give me a Constitution saving throw.
Get drunk.
Are we getting drunk?
Apparently.
Yep. That sounds about right. Dunk. I mean, you're kind of drunk.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, after like the first few whiskeys, it doesn't burn as much.
Bio.
Yeah, it gets pretty good after the first two.
Feeling pretty good. The taste is not the worst. Mival and Jaffel, especially with the few that Jaffel's already had, you each barely get a couple more drinks down before head meets counter, and you're just both out.
They had a long day.
You see a couple of people starting to pull cards out and play some cards. Two in the corner have decided to start a drinking contest between themselves. But as the night goes on, you see a couple more filtering in.
There it is. I'm back.
Okay. About an hour into the celebration, another group gets back, and Dust, having had a few drinks at this point, and then has been kind of nursing the last one, sees some of them come down. Ah, there you are. You're the one I'm looking for. And you see this one would be a bugbear in very heavy armor with a very obvious holy symbol around his neck. He's like, yeah, it took us a bit to get back. And kind of a busy night. They're still going. They're still kind of rampaging. Hasn't gotten this far yet, so I think we're okay. But I want to have some people posted. And Dust goes, Okay. I send whoever you think is best. When you get a chance, I need an update on where the one group is. Probably contact the small one. She would probably know. She was with them. And then he looks around. Well, the older one will probably be back. When you see the older lady with the drums, she has a message that we need to get to Felbar, I guess. You've met the one that's in Line Mill, right? And the bugbears. I think so. Honestly, I think last time I talked to him, he should still be in Line Mill. Okay, yeah, I'll look for her. I can do one or the other tonight. I'll just ask her when she gets back. Like, that's like, cool. Otherwise, I mean, we're all partying, so feel free. Mayor for your escapades. Honestly, with the amount that you do, you realize, short of your shouting, no one really looks up, because no one ever looks up. I don't know why that's a consistent thing, but no one ever looks up. You get more pissed off responses than fearful responses. And as you're on your way back, give me a perception check. Okay, on your way back, you do see a couple of groups kind of trying to follow, although they have to go around and like through alleyways and stuff, whereas you don't have to. But you do see a couple of groups trying to follow in your direction.
Okay, can I like zig and zag? Try to lose them.
Sure. I mean, with the speed of that thing, it's faster than most people can walk. So, and especially with them having to duck through alleyways and stuff, if you take a more like, what the fuck is the word? Circuitous or circuitous, whatever. If you take a more like rounded route throughout the city, you could probably lose them. It'll take a bit of time, but
Or like go high one direction and then drop down.
Right.
We can't see, and then stay low towards where we're supposed to be.
It'll take you a decent amount of time to like kind of shake everyone, but it's not that hard.
And then I'll join everyone back down in the basement thing.
Okay. You get back, and at this point, Jaffley and Meatball are passed out at the bar. Donk is having a great time. Orzu, have you started drinking at all?
No. I'm just chilling in my corner booth.
All right.
Rebuilding my banana.
you see Horzu in the corner, just kind of fiddling with the gem that he used for his homunculus. And there's a lot more people here than when you left.
Mayor, welcome back. I poured you a drink.
Thank you. I'll take some.
Oh. Amazing. I'm surprised. Put the full drink to the brim to Mare.
He has
Yeah, don't waste
handed
any.
you a donk-sized drink.
Make a pint.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. As you sit down to start drinking, the one bugbear, again with the heavier armor and the very obvious holy symbol, comes over to you. Dust said you might have a message to go to Felbar. I have to let you know, there was a lot of taxing work, so I can only either get an update from the group that has the child, or send the message to Felbar.
Get the update for tonight. That way we could give the most up-to-date information in the morning.
Fair enough, okay. Anything in particular looking for, or just kind of time update?
How you run your crew is up to you. Whatever you need to know.
Fair enough. The child was a Genasi child, so I assumed you might know them. Anyway, you see him just kind of like stare off into the distance for a second, just muttering some stuff to himself. A couple arcane movements in the air. And he gets back. Okay, so I probably should have asked. I'll let them know in the morning. They can't make it back tonight. They'll have to essentially camp close to the Vordran Forest, circle around most of Ascor tomorrow, and then either come into Ascor, or if you want, I can tell them you'll meet them outside of Ascor in the morning. But yeah, so it's up to you. You can meet them outside of Ascor in the morning, or you can wait for them to get back. Odds are probably like noon tomorrow.
It's up to the group.
I mean, he's talking to you. Two people are passed out. Donk's having a great time, and Horzu's in his corner.
I don't think we're
Crying.
in any condition to decide that right now, then.
Okay, well,
We're going out.
I mean, I would assume you'd at least sleep here tonight and then head off in the morning. Whether you want to meet them outside or if you want to wait for them in here, I'll find you in the morning, and I can ask you then. I'll have to find you in the morning anyway if you want a message to Feldwar.
True. Just find me in the morning.
Alright, I'm gonna go get shit-faced. And unless anyone has anything else,
Not
y'all,
Mr. Split. Oh.
y'all will take a long rest for the night.
Yay.
Finally healing back all the damage that you've taken, all of the spells that have been burned. Clothes still covered in burn marks, but at least you guys are fine. Mare, short of the drink that Donk handed you, are you drinking anymore? Or are you even drinking that? Is I guess the question.
Yeah, I'll drink that one and sing my little songs.
Okay. I mean, a Donk-sized drink would essentially be 2 drinks for you, probably. Fuck it, yeah, give me a con save. I just hope it's not a 1.
Come on, good stuff. Let me give her the good stuff. Oh, I gave her
It
the good
wasn't.
stuff.
Okay, well, I mean, you didn't pass out. It is only just essentially 2 drinks, but it is whiskey. So, you're tipsy. You're definitely like couple bits in your performance to yourself that kind of gets blurred, but not passing out. And for those that have either passed out or drank it heavily in the morning, unless anyone else has anything to do, so Donk, Jaffel, and Mival give me con saves.
Fuck. I was never a morning person. Uh,
Okay.
the dice, no.
Hey, Mival and Jaffel.
69, nice.
Yeah.
You guys, it is a pretty bad headache in the morning. That hangover is kind of hitting you hard.
Mhm.
Dunk, while having a long rest, the hangover you wake up to is splitting. It is probably the worst you've had in a long time. And, yeah, I'm gonna say you take a point of exhaustion.
The first thing Horzu does is yell at the top of his lungs to those three. Mr. Split's back!
I don't care. Get him away from me.
Mival,
Does the go on first.
Mival pushes off the bar and like a scared like cat, just fluffy tail, all that. She just pushes off the bar. She looks around and she just does not like the fact that she slept inside. She's all fucked up
Yep.
about it.
Yep.
Jaffel
Keep
does
it
like
down.
a creaky turn and does the lizard eye blink.
Ugh.
The one after the other.
Real quick, Mival, in your fit of panic, just give me a random wisdom save. Okay. Give me a claw strike.
Oh man, I'm next to her.
I'm so sorry.
Better not be me.
Are you kidding me?
Okay.
Again.
The shout hits you. You bolt up, panic, and just swing at Horzu.
Oh, and Horzu.
But
good.
I mean, you just hit armor.
Must be nice.
I point at her. Bam!
Oh yeah.
You don't do that.
She cowers. She physically cowers at you.
I start doing the cabbage patch with my banana. I'm just too happy he's back.
What?
Upset, she leaves.
After doing the double eye blink, she sort of like does a really slow look upwards where the banana is. Horzu, you got him back,
Yeah.
Mr. Split.
Mr. Split, you went too soon.
She sort of like stumbles that way, like I ain't gonna dance, but and she sits down over there.
All right.
Like-
And for the purposes of a hangover, Jaffel and Mival, you will be essentially poisoned for an hour.
Nice.
Donk, you're not poisoned, but you're suffering from exhaustion, so that is arguably worse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No Nike.
Haven't you idiots heard of hydrating?
Also, Horzu, after shouting, you do notice there were also a lot more passed out people in this place, and a good half dozen of them are just glaring at you.
Yeah, the problem was I was hydrating all night, Horzu. This is why I don't like dwarves.
The old fire water.
Yeah, it was powerful stuff.
Man, what even happened last night?
Well, I don't know.
You don't know?
You ask that, and you look behind the bar, and of the kegs that you saw, like 2/3 of them are empty. 2 of which are actually just broken.
Huh. Well, would you look at that?
Well, I'll be.
Oh.
That whiskey hits different, doesn't it, Jeff?
Whiskey is different. Oy. Yo, Split, can you wing over here? I need a fan.
Flaps in your face.
Yes. Oh, that's a lot better.
Okay. Meeval, how far are you going?
Pretty far. She's also gonna stealth and whatever. Does not want to be found.
Okay. Yeah, give me a stealth check. Who the fuck knows where you are? The slight problem is you might not know where you are, but sure as hell nobody else does. Mare, after being awake for a little bit, the bugbear comes over and finds you. And he says, okay, so any thoughts on if you're meeting them outside Ascor, if you want to wait here?
Oh god, we didn't talk.
Well, do you have the do you at least have the message that's going out to Felbar?
I guess just tell them that we found the child and work on returning it.
Work on returning cutoff.
Oh. Work on returning it safely home.
Okay.
And if they want to provide any support in that return, it would be helpful.
Is there anyone in particular he's going to? And is there
No.
is there a name he can kind of? It's very awkward for a random person to go up to someone and be like, "Hey, this kid's safe." Kind of just seems like they might be full of shit. So, is there like a name or anything that we can kind of use to prove that it's true?
Bring him the child's head. Sorry. No.
I'll just tell him, like, yeah, give it to the court mage of Felbar, tell him Mayor says the child is safe, blah, blah, blah. Everything I said before.
Okay.
Mainly because I didn't name the child or anything. So give him my name.
Court mage will be a bit of a... He'll figure it out. They'll probably get the message within like 2 days.
Thank you.
At worst, somebody gets the message. I don't know if it'll... It's kind of hard to get a message to a court mage when you kind of... You're in our line of work. He'll figure it out. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'll send that message real quick, and then just let me know if you're gonna meet them outside of Ascor, if you want to wait. And I mean, they should be back here at least at sometime past noon. But assuming you guys are headed out of Ascor, you have no more business here. Might be faster just meet them on their way in.
I mean, that makes sense to me, but we have to get the rest of these ones.
I
Fair
don't
enough.
want to go
All the
anywhere.
hungover, drunk messes.
Well, to be fair, most of us are. I, on the other hand, very glad for divine magic. Makes drinking a lot better. None of the hassle of being drunk afterwards. No hangover, nothing. Kind of a waste of spells, but you look like it might not help. It's not that strong. the smaller one over there, and he points over to Jaffel. I mean, if you want, do you mind if I just? I kind of need to like just touch your shoulder or something to cast it.
Does the lizard blink? Sure, fella, go ahead. Like pulls their shoulder.
Cool. Okay. And he touches your shoulder. There's a bright flash of like a whitish yellow divine magic, and you have no hangover anymore. Your poison condition is essentially cured.
Whoa, buddy.
You see, this is why I love divine magic.
I appreciate it.
Wait, could I do that?
Technically, I think also Jaffel could do that. It's a lesser restoration spell.
I hate
Fixes a poison condition. I think it's poison disease and like one other thing.
You can't use magic, dog.
Oh, I don't-
Jealous.
Ugh.
You're jealous. Jealous, dog.
But no, honestly the best cure for the large one there is a day of probably not drinking. At least not getting drunk again.
It's alcoholic over here. I smack his back, and hopefully don't smack his ass because he's tall.
Not again.
Again, not again. Roll to see if you smack his ass. Like this dude. Anyway.
No drinking. I might as well not even be alive.
Oh man, let's get some food into you, alright?
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
want food.
Hey, dog.
What? Oh no.
Who whispered in my ear? Me.
Don't be a baby.
Ah!
Oh.
Punch him.
Got him.
Get a punch.
All right, give me an unarmed strike. So just give me a strength roll.
He's getting
Uh-oh.
punched. 1 second. Pause.
Eesh.
Yeah, that hits. And so unarmed damage is if you're not proficient or anything, or if you have
Not.
anything modifying it, it's 1 plus strength. So you would do 5 points of damage to him.
Jesus, dog.
Oh, sorry, it was reflex.
It's pretty much deserved.
As he's doing this, do I notice him about to punch Orzu?
Yeah, I mean you're like 10 feet away.
Can I use my reaction to distract him? Actually, no. Orzu deserves it. You're right. Never mind.
I was honestly just like asking. Okay, I mean yes.
I just
but
realized why
would
he
you-
punched him.
Right.
I was getting hot
Yeah.
Cheetos.
That shit hurts, dude. Oosh.
I got scratched by Buval. Dog hammer punches me on top of the head.
You
no,
don't even know what it's like
the
to
scratch
be
hit the armor.
scratched by a Mavol.
What?
You don't even know what it's
It
like. She
just
clawed.
happened. It just
Yeah, did it hurt? Did
Yes,
you feel it?
it did.
Oh, did you?
Emotionally.
Are you
It
sure?
really
Oh, yeah,
hurt.
yeah.
It
Oh,
really hurt. Jeff,
Why it
it
hurt? My back. I still got the scars.
Mr. Split, come here. Get
No,
my bag.
Split, come back.
I'm just gonna yell and say, "You two want to know hurt? Keep it up. Now stop."
All right, I saw the banana back.
I give the banana
No.
a hug.
Now imagine thunder damage on a hangover.
Okay.
Oy, 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 oy.
Oh my
Get my other
God.
fist
Of course,
there.
that is also how you get the entire place trying to kill you.
I
Yeah,
should
don't
just
do
thunderwave
that.
this place.
Yeah, and then you have about 12.5 people trying to stab you.
Yeah.
So, what's the news
3 of which
there?
might be your party.
Oh, no.
Thunderous boom
That's
that
true.
you could hear from 300 feet away.
I think you get more than a scratch from Val if that happened.
You'd have to roll a new character.
What did you ask, Jaffel?
What's the news? What are you talking over there?
Not really, but the child is on his way outside of Ascor, and it might be better if we leave the city and meet him outside of it.
Would that be safer?
safer. But, and I mean, we don't really have any other like next steps right now, do we?
Well, the dude's dead. I mean, yeah, I'm happy. I'm just saying. Horthu,
Dar.
we gonna go meet him halfway, right on the borderline?
Jerk.
Wait, Donk.
Where'd the fuzzy lady go, though?
Donk, gonna have to go to get the Kiddlywink. Are you sure you don't want some
Carry me.
food? Ugh. Me and Split can do it, no problem.
Leave.
Do we have any horses, or are we just barefooting it again? How far is it?
Oh.
Is Dust around?
That's a good question.
Maybe we can ask him for a wheelbarrow.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be good. We can take turns.
Sorry, I was cutting my pizza. Yeah, you see Dust around.
Dust, do you have a wheelbarrow?
I mean, yes. Might be
For what?
harder to get you out of town.
True. You're
I'll
walking
put a
Donk.
wheelbarrow on a blanket or something. Oh, I guess. Yeah, okay.
How much does Donk weigh?
Well, you know, about like 400 pounds.
You gonna levitate
No,
him?
I need to know how much you weigh, Donk.
Yeah, like 400 pounds.
He's like 400 pounds.
Yeah.
Like 405 or like 389?
I think, yeah, you have 380.
Okay. Is everyone going out of town though?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll go where everyone's going. I'm just gonna be in the back lines.
How long of a
That's
walk
so
is it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
As far as like,
Minutes.
oh, to the group outside of Asgore?
Yeah.
I mean, it would take you probably only a couple hours to meet him.
Huh.
Actually, honestly, probably at most 2 hours.
I got nothing. Does anybody have a health potion?
Well, I think I used all of those.
I have a health potion.
Wait. You mean for your health?
No, so Donk can walk.
Oh, what?
No, I
Take-
need more
take
than
the
a
edge off.
potion.
Oh.
If you all want to meet us out there, I could get Donk and myself out of the city very easily.
The
Donk could get
bloom.
some fresh air, if you get my meaning. Look at
Oh.
Horzu.
Oh my god. He's gonna be like one of those helicopters that drops water on fire. But it's vomit.
Fresh air is okay. There's no sunlight, please.
Close your eyes, Donk. We're missing a member of our party, though.
Yeah, where is Meatball?
Yo, Val.
She's not in the place.
She scratched me right away.
Valedictorian. Yeah, she's just she's calling for her anyway. Val Dizzy. Lady. Was that was my try. Maybe she went outside. I'm not sure.
I'm gonna blow my horn.
What?
Oh, nice. That's smart.
I'm
Oh,
blowing
maybe
my
you
horn.
should leave. No.
Well, no, only she can hear it.
Oh, okay, we're fine. Sweet.
Oh, right. What's the range on that thing?
600 feet.
Okay. You blow it.
That's all I got, Jeff. I don't know if it worked or not.
Good to know. Good to know. All right.
Okay, as far as anyone else is aware, he went to blow a horn. You see half the place just kind of wince, and then kind of look around like there's nothing happening.
I debated all of you.
You're stressing the place out, Orizu. Damn.
I'm not with him.
He just like cowers his head in shame.
All right, Donk, you and I, let's go. You two find me while I'm being outside the city.
Okay.
No.
For this.
I feel
How
bad
does
for
one
Granny carry
find
me.
Val?
We get outside, and I pull up my broom. I sit on my broom. I levitate Donk, and have him kind of grab on the broom, and we fly off together.
Whoa! Oh, this is making me feel.
He's gonna throw up on the back of your neck.
He's behind me. It'd go.
Quick, make a con save.
Sprays everywhere. Wait, is that for real?
Yeah, make a con save.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! Spewy Mickey. Oh.
Oh!
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
Pressure. What do you
Get
want?
back.
It still doesn't feel great. Essentially, just having a stick holding you up.
He's got a strong stomach, that one.
Also, Mare, how much do you weigh?
5 pounds.
How much do I weigh?
Yeah.
I weigh 120, which is why I levitated him, so he's not putting weight on the broom. He's just using it as.
Because I'm pretty sure you have written down 125.
Mm-hmm.
And that would put you 5 pounds over the entire limit on the room.
But he's being levitated. He's not actually sitting on it. He's just using it to guide him, I thought.
Okay. Yeah. How long does levitate last?
10 minutes.
Please don't drop Dunk, please.
I'm pretty sure it's 10 minutes.
Oh, is it?
Mhm.
Then I'll just let him take the broom out of the city. I didn't know that was.
I just want to make sure I'm right. I think it's a 500-pound limit.
After 10 minutes. Well then, Don can just take the broom outside the city and we'll meet with him.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a 400-pound limit. So literally only Donk could fit on the broom. Yeah, 400-pound limit on that thing.
How does the broom work? Is it like a control thing? Is it worked with the mind?
I could send it.
You control the broom.
Yep. Well, then we'll have to go back. How far flying distance is it from where we're at to the edge of the town?
I think it
To
go,
the
like,
edge of the
miles.
town. I mean, that would still be probably. There's the edge of the town, and then there's safely away from the town. If you want the edge of the town, probably like a mile or a mile and a half. If you want like safely away from the town, that'd probably be closer to like 5 miles.
Then, Donk, you're walking with us. Forget everything we said.
Okay. I don't trust the magic, anyways.
But hey, I mean, like you and Jaffel could fly out. I think
Wanna
that's
go
probably
on
the.
an
I think that's probably the
adventure?
extent of that broom.
They ain't flying away and leaving me and Dunk alone. We'll die. We will 100% die.
Yeah, you'll make another bar fight. Thunderwave. Oh no.
Yeah. I got bonked on top of my head earlier. Dunk
Y'all
with
and
the
your
bonk.
shenanigans.
Let's find me, Val, and get out of here. Let's go.
No, Val. Oh wow.
Hey, about this time you see me while coming down the steps.
Oh. Yo, Val, where'd you go?
She ignores you.
Oh. Rude.
And just keeps going.
Oh,
Like in the way, like where we're going, I guess.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh no.
She didn't like that. No. Okay, let's go. Let's go, friends. Let's go.
Yeah, she ignores everyone. It's not just you.
Yeah. Hey, well, like, she can stay here with her new best friend, Dust, and we can go and actually get the job done. Let's go.
She's miles ahead of you by now. Never stopped.
What do you mean?
Never stopped walking.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to them.
Okay.
Let's go.
Come on, Dunk. It'll be okay. And I pat you gently. One step at a time, little fella.
Yeah.
Think of the rabbits.
All right.
Disrespect.
So you all are headed out of town.
How did Val know that anything was happening?
Great question.
I mean, she saw the way you guys were walking, so like, just went ahead.
We hadn't started walking out yet. We didn't know where we're going. We haven't talked to the guy yet. That's what I'm saying.
She's gonna probably. I don't know.
Yeah, because you
That's what I'm
walked
trying to say. is
in
that I get it.
as they were making the decision to leave.
Find you, though. Like, we were going to find her as well. We hadn't actually spoken or spoken about where to go.
I mean,
how to
she's
go.
gonna keep her distance, and based on where you guys like start walking, she's gonna start walking where you are basically going. You know, like she's gonna watch where you guys go, but she's gonna be ahead of you. She doesn't need to know where we're going. She's just gonna watch.
The problem for me is that we haven't gone anywhere yet.
When you guys start walking is what I'm saying.
Okay. Alright. Well, do we need to talk to Bugbear? Isn't that who we were supposed to talk to about this? Question mark.
Yeah. We're beating him at the edge of the city, right?
Mayor,
I'm
pretty sure you're
following.
the one that knows about that.
Nick had to go get water.
Oh, darn.
I'm back.
Nick's
Okay,
back.
so we're meeting the Bugbear at the edge of the city. Do we have to tell them that we're leaving, etc.?
No, he knows we're meeting at the edge of the city, so let's just all go.
All right, let's go.
Okay, so you guys start heading out of town. I'm gonna need a group stealth check,
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
and
Wait, can I
don't
cost my thing?
I'm at
Go
disadvantage,
for it.
right?
For the love of
gonna
God, go for it.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, Tom.
I'm glad that I said that as that happened. Yeah. Can I... This seems really petty, but it's not like she needs it. 'Cause she casts it on everyone but Pal.
Which, assuming the distance that Mival would be keeping.
No, I'm ahead.
she-
No.
Yeah, she wouldn't be in range.
Excellent. Pass that a trace. Well,
I want to
Love
roll
that
just because
ability.
it's fun.
So good. Finally, the most stealthy one.
Okay. Still need Jaffel.
oh, one moment.
Still gonna make the check. So with a plus
Yeah,
10,
no,
still gonna make it.
Oh no, of course. Sorry, I was just getting that one on stealth, right? It's not stealth save, it's just stealth.
Just stealth check.
Go.
Alright. So we got a 21, a 22, a 17, a 22, and a 12. With the 12 being a natural 1. I mean, that would still make the average not terrible, but a natural 1 hurts. What is with my rolls tonight?
Welcome to the club.
Holy shit.
Am I not diddly enough for the throat club?
Fuck. Did 3 separate checks and they all rolled garbage.
Garbino?
Hey, with the amount of noise you guys are making, somehow still make it out of the fucking town not being noticed.
I see.
Granted, still being saved by Pass Without a Trace. But
Hey.
without being noticed on a very low group stealth check. Okay. Yeah, you guys make it out of town. At least kind of using the like smuggling routes that you were essentially brought in with. And then from there you can, I mean, there was no exact like meeting area. It was just kind of, you're supposed to meet them like an hour or two out of town. So whoever wants to lead that, go for it.
This is within. Like, should you do Val first because she's ahead, or I'm not sure if that makes a difference.
I mean, within our group of people, I can lead,
Okay, sure.
and
That
I'll
sounds
get
good.
on my broom and go a little bit higher, see if I can see the group of people.
Okay, yeah, that works. So give me both a survival and a perception check. Okay, yeah. Yeah, survival, essentially just for keeping orientation with the town and everything, and especially with Jaffel knowing which way is north. Ain't that hard to do. You guys travel for about an hour, like an hour 15 out of town. Mival, you said you were keeping in front of them or behind them?
In front.
Okay. You also give me a survival check. Just to try and almost anticipate where they're going. Okay. Yeah, that'll be all right. I mean, you're kind of just still keeping towards the road, so it's not that hard. After about an hour and 15 or so minutes, Mare, you see a small group walking off the road for a bit, and then they're kind of veering more in a southern direction, like southeastern. They're a little bit far at the moment to kind of tell if it's the group you're looking for, but you do see a group.
Did you say that again?
Sorry, it's too far to tell if it's the group you're looking for, but it's definitely a group of people making their way southeast to Asgore.
Okay, I guess I'll kind of come lower and talk to the groups, tell them what I see. If I'm understanding you correctly, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, there's a group to the south. What are you guys doing?
How many?
Kind of hard to tell. Looks like maybe half dozen to a dozen. They're pretty far.
Huh. Huh? Is that the old ladies that the group we're looking for?
It's a group on this road, and there's not many people who would be coming to Asgore on purpose, so we could assume probably. Let's go.
I'll punch them if they get hostile. Let's go.
And I'll punch Horzu afterwards. I'm still mad.
See the thing I sent you on Discord, Paulie?
Which one?
Sent you
right now.
the perfect gift, my guy.
Yep. Exactly.
Okay, so you guys are making your way closer?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, Mare, are you still kind of keeping above, or are you down with the group at this point?
Well, I guess Mival's ahead of us, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Sort of.
Can I use my... I'm assuming I can fly faster than she's just, like, walking. It's not like she's running away from us.
Yeah.
Just to catch up and be like, we're heading south, and then I'll go back to the group and land and walk with them.
Okay. So you guys start making your way south. After a bit, it's hard to tell if the group even noticed you guys so far until you get a decent bit closer. You kind of have to up your pace a little bit to catch up with them. And at first, I guess Mival would be the only one to notice this just because of passive perception. You would be the first to notice that the group, after a certain distance, has noticed you guys and has kind of slowed down a little bit, but they haven't really stopped. Because it's that question of are you the people we're looking for, or are you trying to get the kid back, and what is happening? So they're not necessarily stopping, but they are slowing down a bit just to try and get a closer look. Before another like maybe 5 minutes pass, and you guys are at a good enough distance now that you can tell there's actually only 8 or 9 people in this group. And as you're getting closer, they just stop walking. Like they actually just stop. So you can assume it's the group you're looking for.
Give them a friendly wave.
Wave them down, but wave them down.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. You guys start getting even closer, and a couple of them kind of wave back, and then you see the. You're definitely close enough at this point now that you see one holding what you can only assume is a child in a bundle of cloth in their arms. I'll be honest, I don't remember what age the kid was.
I think it was like 4.
Yes, you would put down 4. Okay, so yeah, he would still be carried because he'd be fairly small for a kid. So.
How old's the kid? 48 months.
Just to make more haste, they would be carried. But yeah, you do see a
Thank
kid
you.
being essentially carried by
I
one of the
appreciate you.
larger ones in the group.
Did they do anything or?
No, they're just kind of waiting for you.
Okay, well, let's head over there.
I mean, like a couple of them kind of wave friendly back, but kind of just waiting.
Let's go. Let's go. I scurry over there.
All sudden movements, Jeff.
It's all sudden movements. She does a little little giggle.
Somebody throws a knife at you.
You see two of the other group in the like more towards the back just kind of like jolt for a second.
Oh no.
Don't worry, she's relatively harmless. She only bites a little.
Alright.
Alright, Bear, take over.
Take over what?
Oh, the kid.
We'll just approach. Say hi. We're the ones sent to meet you. The end. See what they say. See if I recognize the child.
Okay. As you get closer, the one carrying the kid starts walking forward, and you see most of the group is either some tabaxis, a couple bugbears, but they're all fairly thin. The one carrying the kid is actually a very large minotaur. And you see almost a little bit off to like slightly behind everyone. It's hard to tell because of their size, but CL, if you would like to describe your character.
Sorry. Go on.
Just like a pinch over 2 feet tall, little owlin. She's got like a massive backpack, but she doesn't seem to mind. She's got like a little sword sticking up from the top, a shield like strapped to it. She's got leather armor on. I'm almost done with my picture. I'm sad. But yeah, she's got yellow eyes. She's walking along like kind of skipping, just whistling, having a good time. Nice burn.
Okay.
Why do you have that?
The Minotaur carrying the child comes up and he's like, "Oh, thank God. I'm not great with kids. I assume you're the people taking them, whatever."
You really jumped at that one, didn't you, sucker?
I put a
But
yeah,
picture.
yeah.
I'm almost done with the flat colors. Oh,
We have to take it. You can't.
Oh wow.
I mean, I was told to bring them back to Asgore. Somebody would take them. I wasn't told to take them to wherever they're supposed to go.
What if I
This
told you
poor
you're being
kid.
told that right now?
And that probably would have been part of the message that was sent to us.
You'd think they're not very good with messages.
I'm so young. I'm not ready for a child. Already
just
got
stressing
Mr.
out over
Split Man.
I mean, can the... I always forget this. What is the group Dustin called?
The Spectres.
Yeah, can the Spectres get this child safe travel to Felbar? I feel like our party won't be heading that way.
Okay. Well, if
Well, do I recognize the child? Is it closer?
oh yeah.
Okay. Then you just kidnap some other child.
He goes, okay. Well, that probably should have gone through dust.
Wait, we're not taking the kid?
Well, I'll look at the room and be like, I assume you all don't want to make the trip back to Felbar. And I look at Madon and be like, especially with business out this way with you.
She sighs and looks away.
I mean, I thought the reason we came out here was to grab the kid. Take the kid safely. I feel as though I'm lost now. I mean, we done some business.
How long of a trip would it be if I flew the entire way to Felbar?
If you flew the entire way, where you guys are now, on this map it's 65, but it's a day's walk can get you like 8-ish feet or just shy, but you'd be flying. Flying would be faster. The walk that much. Then it would be 12 maybe, so
Just FedEx the kid.
depending on weather, anywhere from 5 to 7 days there.
Can predict you one day, but that's all
Okay.
I got.
And that is just straight like flying on the broom, stopping for like rests and everything.
Okay, well, I can pay for the Spectres to give him safe travel back to Felbar, but I feel like we have business out here as much as I'd like to be the one to deliver him home. If I need to talk to Dust, I can do that.
Well, I mean, payment always makes things easier. Our group wouldn't be the ones to take him out there, so either you'd have to talk to Dust and figure out the payment, or you'd kind of have to just give us some money and then we'll go talk to Dust and hopefully he'll send somebody out. Really up to you if you want an exact number or if you want to just, I guess, trust us.
You could trust me. I can take him.
This child's bigger than you almost.
I look at Granny and I say, listen, we need to go past Dead Snows anyway. If we have to take the kid to Felbar, I can get what I want made for all of us done in that amount of time and come and pick it up, and we can go wherever we need to go.
Wait, what?
I'm assuming we need to go to Dead Snows. I have something that I want made in Dead Snows for all of us. We could go to Dead Snows. I can make my order. We take the kid to Felbar, and by the time we come back, my order should be done. And I know Jaffel made an order in Dead Snows as well, and probably wants to go and pick that up. And not to mention, she has someone in Line Mail that she might want to see.
I mean, if you're okay
Don't
with it.
acknowledge none of it.
Not that Mival notices or anything, but yeah.
Did that turkey just talk?
I mean, that would save us some money.
Turkey.
Donk.
That's a new one.
Friend,
owlin.
not food.
What?
No.
I mean, I can make food,
Oh.
Oh?
but
You just make yourself a lifelong friend.
you know, you were right about the child is actually larger than me, but I could go with you because you know, I think. Wait, is it a he or she?
Honestly, I've named it in my thing.
It's inconsequential.
Yeah, it doesn't have a. We'll say.
Do we even know
him.
what race it is?
Yeah, it's an air genasi. You were with it for how many days and you didn't know that?
I haven't
You
seen
get someone useful to come with us?
See, I probably couldn't keep him safe all by myself, but I could go with you. He likes me already, and I could watch him and everything.
What's your name?
Oh, right. I completely forgot. My name is Isla. Nice to meet you. What are your guys' names?
Chafflecorn. It's lovely to meet you.
Jaffelcorn. Ooh.
Ooh.
What about the big one?
Didn't me donk.
Donk, I guess. I should have thought of that.
No, but he.
Wait, what does that mean?
Oh.
Mm,
You called me a turkey, sir.
I'm hungry
Ooh.
and angry.
Well, it's not lunchtime yet, but we'll stop soon. Don't worry about that.
Well,
All right. What about the rest of you?
You can't tell, but I'm squinting suspiciously.
What do you get out of coming with us? You offered very quickly.
I want to help the child. He's been through a lot recently, and I feel called to help him.
And you don't have any business with the specters? They're fine with you leaving?
Well, we're friends, you know. But
Friends.
I need to find somewhere to go anyway.
I take offense being called a child, by the way. I take
Who's called
offense
a
to
child?
that. You called me a child.
What?
No?
She's talking about the literal child, Donk.
Doesn't understand.
I'm gonna reach in my bag and grab a little ration
Again.
and be like, Donk, just go eat this and sit down.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't look so.
I'll be over here. Don't mind my green skin. It was a long night.
I like your shield.
Sounds like fun. Thank you.
What do you
I
use
had
this
to-
for? Oh.
What do I use a shield for?
Yeah,
I guess none of you have
corner with Donk.
Yeah, it's for
Shield.
blocking.
Yes.
But look, it was specially made by me, by Lord Bortel himself. Well, by his people. But you know, it was really good. That's a long
That's not
story.
fair.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I mean,
Alright, well, I mean,
I'm sure Jaffel loves more the merrier.
Alright, so we've
Uh,
got
What?
Jackal Scorn, and
real
we
quick,
have Donk. That's still missing 3 of you.
Real quick, what?
real quick, Mare and no, just Mare. Mare, make a history check.
Oh god.
Ooh, nice.
Nope.
The name she said sounds familiar, but you can't quite place it.
What name? Jaffel?
No,
Lord,
Bortel.
Lord Bortel.
Oh. I
Wait, how do you
honestly
spell that? Just for a sec.
didn't hear her say that.
B-O-R-T, I think it's U-L-L?
Yes.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But yeah, so Jaffel seems to be. Were you about to say
I mean,
like?
why you gotta answer for me? Of course it's a yes, but don't answer for me.
I thought
All
that
right, I'm gonna go sit over here.
we had a rough night. Some people can't handle their drinking.
Oh, I understand.
But what do you bring besides being a good babysitter?
That's a
Quite a
big
lot of
what?
things. I'm a paladin. I know quite a few useful spells. And I have been trained in the way of the rapier and shield. So I'm actually quite useful, if I do say so myself.
The
And a good cook.
Minotaur
Snacks.
kind of leans over and he's like, "I'm gonna be honest. I think she did more than most of us."
Yes. I don't say that out loud.
You're just trying to get rid of the kid there, sir. I see right through you.
I mean,
I
the
mean,
less work I have to do.
I like him.
I think it's some good company.
Alright, that's 2 of you. What about the others? You have a nice party there looking there. Nice looking party there.
That's alright.
I like your armor.
Oh yeah, flexing it. Name's Horzu, but
Horsu.
I'm still squinting. You can't see my face.
Oh,
I was
okay.
recently assaulted by a bird. Nothing personal.
Alright.
Mival
I have no reason to assault you.
Mival ignores what's going on and goes to the Minotaur and goes to take the kid.
I'll step up
Ratty?
with Mival and be like, "Don't worry, I got this one."
Okay.
And I will introduce the child to Mival and say, and just start talking to the child kind of side. It's better he's
What was
with
the
his
last
own
thing you
kind.
said?
Oh, I said, and then I'll just talk with like Mival and the child off to the side. She
Okay.
admires horse.
Good work.
Hello. I guess she addresses Mival. Hello there. What's your name?
She gives you kind of a fleeting look and she's like, she doesn't say much, she just says, Mival.
Oh, what a pretty name. All right. Is that everyone?
Call the old one Granny.
Granny. Ooh. Known a lot of very nice grannies. Can I call you?
Yeah, I met this one.
I shoot
I can call you
Horzu a
Granny, too.
very quick look.
I'm gonna go sit with Dunk.
Come over here with the stupid.
And I'll look at her. I'm assuming I have to. Do I have to crouch a little bit? How tall are you?
Me? Yeah, I'm like 2 feet tall.
I'll
Just
crouch.
over 2 feet. Yeah.
Yeah.
On her tippy toes.
I'd be like, you can call me Granny for now, because we'll see how long this lasts. And then I turn away from her.
See how long it lasts. Huh? I just like, I'm like, okay.
There's also
we
a
taking a
banana
break?
with wings floating around. His name's
Wait,
Mr.
really?
Split. Yeah,
Yeah.
his name's Mr. Split.
I saw that on the board.
Yep.
What
Yep.
is?
That is.
I'm trying to think. I don't think she's seen a banana either. So
She's gonna
What?
be real confused.
what is that yellow thing? Is it alive?
He's a mighty warrior.
Really? What is your name? Brave one?
His name's Mr. Split. He's shy.
Can he speak? Or eat?
I hope not.
I
don't
honestly
think
have no idea.
Those are good
Well,
questions you ask.
Since we're all stopping, why don't I...
Yell me.
That's concerning. Well, since we're all stopping anyway, why don't I cook us all snacks?
While
I
she
would
cooks,
love a
I'm in.
snack, thank you.
I'll whisper and like introduce Val to the child, just so she knows. We'll have our own little moment.
Oh.
I mean, it's not your child, right, Mival?
No.
No.
Not a very smart.
I heard that.
So what do you cook, bird? I'm guessing you don't cook bird.
Bird? What do you cook?
Hold on.
Bird?
I have a question for a point of order.
point of order.
Should we introduce our characters to CL as if it's our first time introducing them beyond a name, as what you see?
That would probably actually be a good idea, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking down at the little like portrait.
Because to be fair, yeah, you asked a tabaxi cat-like raccoon person if this human child was hers. I was like,
No,
wait.
I didn't know what the child was. We didn't even
Child
know
is
what gender it
Arachnosi.
was.
Yeah, it's
Oh
male
right, you told me
Arachnosi.
that. You told me that. I knew what her she was, but yeah.
Okay, and well, whoever.
That
wants
was just
to-
a brain fart.
I'll go first since I'm the easiest.
Mhm.
I'm Horzu. I'm a tin can. Nobody knows what I look like, just what I sound like.
I'm donk, I'm big, I smash things. I like food.
He says big. He's like 7'7".
And
Yeah,
coloring.
you're
like-
like quadruple my
Yeah, I'm good at coloring.
Very good at cuddling.
He's a good cuddler too, though. You know.
Big
He,
toe.
he is quite literally like triple your height and way more in weight.
Yeah.
You big one.
I'm
No, I've
average,
had it
right?
the
Make
weight because
big-
it just
big
seemed
men.
like it was ridiculously tiny.
Chapel.
Oh, okay. I'm Jaffel.
Mhm.
I'm a half orc. I wear ribbons in my hair.
Ooh.
A yellow one. Yellow one's very specific. I like birds.
This will
There's-
be great.
I got a lisp.
I did notice that. You've been keeping it up the whole time.
Second nature.
Sausages.
Sausage. I'm a druid, and I can. But I'm an indoor druid.
Indoor. What?
Yeah. The common joke they have because she's not trained in nature. So
Nice.
her
Pretty rough.
all of her previous nature checks have been pretty low.
Nice. Like a
and
modern day
I-
druid.
Yes, we know. And I do a lot of healing in the general sense. Wahoo!
Ooh.
Okay. Either Val or Mayor. I think it's lost.
I'm just a little old lady in some robes and a headpiece. And yeah, I have a broom on my back and I use a walking cane. That's all you get.
Oh, yeah,
you
she
have,
would-
you
she'd
have
be like-
drums.
Free.
I have drums and
Can't really hide the drums.
a couple of instruments because what did I put down? Let me actually look before I tell you.
And she could apparently
Yeah, what
talk
kind of
to
instruments do you
elementals.
have other than the drums?
I have drums, a pan flute, and a singing bowl.
Oh.
Singing bowl. Aren't those
Um,
really big?
This is just a little one.
Mm.
Probably big for you, yes.
Oh,
um,
Dope.
damn.
I'm Mivel. I'm a tsundere fucking tabaxi rogue. Who is very awkward in social situations.
Makes sense.
Also, doesn't
And-
look like any tabaxis you ever meet.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And she does a lot of
Well, according
poisons.
to my background, I might have seen her, but not like interacted. So I may have, I don't know. Perhaps.
No.
No? Okay. So just not seeing her at all.
different time points.
Okay. That works out.
How do you spell your character's name?
Mine?
Yeah.
Eila.
Should be able to see it in everyone's journal.
It is in the journal,
Oh.
yeah. I wanna put it in
Right,
the picture
journal.
soon. Oh yeah, you guys have pictures too, which I've looked.
How
through
is it
that.
pronounced again?
Isla? Just like
Isla.
normal. Yeah. Because you've got Granny. Oh, you can actually put a description here.
Mhm.
Oh, you've got several people here.
I guess I won't keep calling you Turkey. Unless,
He still calls me furry friend.
yeah, when you're friendly. Ugh.
She ignores him.
Meh.
So about
Don't
that
worry, you'll
one.
get used to that one, donk.
No
He seems
doubt.
friendly.
He's good.
No. I'm hungry.
What's cooking? Good looking?
Do I have to choose what? Wait, can I just like do the make snacks thing right now?
Well, if you want to use the chef thing, you guys would take a short rest here for an hour. At which point it would be like kind of camping out, foraging for food and stuff like that. But with the chef feat that she has, it would first of all generally just taste better. It's less
Nice.
it's less travel rations and more like an actually like decent meal.
I'm making kebabs.
But to use the second part, you would all have to take a short rest here.
What time is it?
So
Because I was gonna wait till like lunchtime-ish then.
At this point, they woke up with hangover, so it would have been later. Discussion, like hour and a half out of town.
Meanwhile, we all woke up with hangovers.
Like
We're
9 in the morning.
up, so like,
Maybe like 9:30 at the latest. Still morning.
It's slash me, right?
yes.
Yeah.
I pull out my journal and I write that one down.
Hmm.
I have a joke book.
Oh, can you just type things you do in chat?
Yeah, /me.
You might want to do it for like. It says as probably CL or Isla.
Oh yeah,
Andre
so
sent it
go
back.
to in the settings tab on the top right. The first thing where it says personalization and display for your display name, just change that to your character.
All right. Oops, excuse me. I think did that. Yep, that worked.
Yeah, and then do in chat do /me and then whatever you want to say.
Okay, if I wanted to. That was a test.
One of the common ones you'll see is Jaffel crying in various forms.
Oh no! Oh, it's been so long.
Yep, there is so far been one for I think every form you've turned into.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
All the animals are crying.
Many in regular
Yeah.
regular form.
But it's usually typed out Jaffel cries in Panther.
Wait. Hey, Jaffel.
Yeah.
How come you didn't cry and burnt?
Hard to cry when you're almost dead, I guess.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah.
The fire got rid of the tears.
Yeah. Burned it all out.
Evaporated.
Ain't no tears to have. Mm.
All right, let's get this food in our bellies, and then I guess we have a bit of traveling on us.
Sounds good.
The Minotaur turns to you guys. All right, cool. Well, I'm done here. Are you guys traveling and then she's making food, or is she making food now?
I don't think Don could go much further.
Yeah, I think we should do
Need a
food
little
now.
rejuicer.
Ooh,
Okay.
I want a drink, but her food's good. Shit.
What?
No, I want to drink more. You guys, we're going to town.
Okay.
And you see the group kind of wander off. Like half of them are just like kind of debating internally whether they want to go or just want to stay.
Oh, that was the Minotaur talking. I was
Yes.
confused.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought you were like, you know what? Fuck y'all decisions. We're going to town.
No, I said
Like,
the
oh,
Minotaur.
alright.
I said the Minotaur
Okay.
turns to you guys.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I didn't hear that part.
My goodness.
Anyway, yeah. So the group, and you see like half of them kind of debating with themselves whether if you're gonna stay and she's gonna make food, like whether they should stay or nah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to put the picture up.
So, what's the kebab?
It's really good. You just take.
Oh, let me tell you.
vegetables and
It's so
oh,
good.
That is correct.
It's food,
But-
but it's on a stick.
Yeah, so you skewer it, vegetables and meat, and you roast them. And I like putting garlic sauce on it because it tastes really good.
Oh man.
Just add a game for a second. I'm so proud you said it like that. I'm not gonna lie.
Nice.
I mean, that is a very accurate description of a very good kebab.
I like kebab.
Yeah, but Eve pronounces it kebab, and it drives me nuts.
What's wrong with the kebab?
You know what's funny about it? I was trying to pronounce it incorrectly.
Oh,
Because I thought
Damn.
Apple would say it
Damn.
incorrectly.
All right, I think I got the picture up. Maybe.
And
Sorry,
so I
what?
like
Better
with
be a
the
picture of a
picture
kebab.
of Jaffel
Hmm.
in the D&D Discord.
1 second.
Yeah, it works. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Christ.
Yeah, you look
Christ and
beautiful.
Eve.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah,
good
again,
one.
Crocodile tears.
there's been one for every form that she's taken so far.
Mhm.
Oh, the latest one was the
I
best
cropped
one.
it.
Where's Spider?
Let me get it. Hold on.
What was the latest one?
I'll post it in there.
Probably.
Jaffel scoring cries and Jaffel asleep.
Oh, big sad.
All right.
So sad.
Do I need to roll something to make food, or is it just a skill?
No, it's just part of the chef feat.
Nice.
Every time you guys take a short rest, similar to Mare, your Song of Rest, where when you guys take a short rest, and if anyone rolls hit dice, they also get extra healing. It compounds with the chef feat. So between Mare's Song of Rest and the chef feat, every time you guys take a short rest and roll a single hit die to heal yourselves, you also get an extra D8 from the chef feat, and I think Song of Rest is your bardic inspiration. Yes.
I think it's just a d6 until we get 9th level.
Okay, so that one's level dependent. But yeah, so you get a D6 from the Song of Rest from Mare, and then a D8 from the chef feat for just rolling one hit die when you take a short rest.
That's not gonna cure him of hangover, though, is it?
No, the hangover sucks. A hangover is a poison-based instance, and for Donk, it's exhaustion, not poison, so that is almost impossible to cure. At least through spell means. It's either impossible or expensive for a spell. And I don't think anyone. I think it's at least a
Oh,
4th level spell. But anyway, I mean, at this point, the hangovers would be gone, so the rest of them would be fine. Donk still feels like shit.
Yep.
Donk
Oh,
threugh his
so
and
it's a short
punched
rest,
me
right?
earlier.
Is Mimo
I-
holding the kid or with it? Well, yeah. What if I go over and offer some kebabs to the both of you?
She'll
And
take it, but she
presumably
won't
get
eat
tipped
that
on.
much.
Okay. Yes.
Oh yeah, short rest. Do I get my spell slot back or any spell slots back?
Not
used
for a
one spell.
druid.
Oh.
We did rest before we.
Yeah, no,
went
but I
on.
used
Christ.
Oh,
as you get out. Yeah, it sucks.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but yeah, appreciate that. That's rough.
What spell did you use?
Pass
Oh,
without
Pass
trace.
Without Trace, yes. Yeah, no, the spells are only a long rest for you. I
Alright.
actually don't think anybody gets spells on a short rest in this party.
We look like
That's
wizards.
me. I think. Yeah, I don't like wizards.
But yeah, if you guys are taking a full short rest and everything, Isla, you would also get the second part of your chef feat.
Nice. I don't remember what that is.
So you get 3. I've been calling them travel rations, but they're
Mm-hmm.
you get 3 snacks that if anyone were to eat them, they get temporary hit points equal to your proficiency.
Nice.
So 3 snacks worth 3 health, 3 temp HP each.
Everyone
And
snacks.
the snacks themselves last 8 hours. But if anyone eats them, it doesn't specify when temp HP runs out, so I think it's an hour. But the snacks last 8 hours, and then the temp HP lasts an hour after eaten.
Battle snacks.
Pretty much.
Battle snacks. Scooby snack.
See, I told you I'm useful.
It's like the
That
orange
was good
slices at a
stuff.
baseball game.
I always imagined them as like a coffee-based protein bar.
Coffee base.
Yeah, actually, there's actually a couple. There's a couple protein bars that have caffeine in them.
I do like seeds.
That way you get a quick start, and then the protein bar kind of lasts you the rest of the day.
Nice. Alright, so we do a short rest.
Yeah, I mean,
And then
and no one other than Horzu is injured, so.
nice.
Yeah.
Always
through
getting
a
injured
hissy.
over there, Horizu. Oh.
Injured because of his own
Yep.
actions.
I was attacked by 2 members of the party this morning.
You
that
and
is
your
true.
dramatics.
What? I think the people
Yeah, I
that
punched
the
you, dude.
attacking
So,
was the more dramatic.
Horzu, if you want to heal that, roll a hit die. And then I don't know why I'm having you roll, because if you roll 1 hit die, you also roll a d6 and a d8 with it. So
I'm doing it though. A
Alright,
D6
yeah.
and a D8.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
Oops.
I also still don't know why your fucking hit dice keeps changing to a d4.
Oh man.
Again, Roll20 doesn't like artificers.
It even says D8.
Well, no, it was a d4. I just changed it.
Oh, okay.
You have to click on the die value, and it gives a drop-down menu. But yeah, either way, you can see the usefulness of it, of a single hit die plus the d6 from bards and a d8 from the chef feat. And that's a single short rest for 1 hit die.
Not bad. And I rolled a 1 on the D8.
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do this more often, guys. I almost don't
Yeah,
feel
so
like
now-
death.
I like this kebab.
Hey,
Circle
you
kebab.
do feel like this. Shut up, dude.
Okay.
That was mean. I'm sorry.
I just can't deal with you right now.
Oh god.
Hmm.
They're having a tiff.
Yep.
Lovers spat.
Who's fighting?
I cross my arms and start tapping my foot.
I'm gonna go mope.
What's the matter, Donk?
Of course, it was mean to me again.
Okay, I was opening a cutie, so I missed what happened. Oh no.
I just mocked him a little, you know.
A little? You're a little.
You know, Donk, even if someone says something about you, it's not true. You know in your heart. What else? I need to stop.
Yeah, sticks and
Well, when
stones.
you put it like that, you're right. He's little, I'm not.
Yep, what someone else says about you doesn't change who you are.
Yeah. You hear that, Oizu?
Yeah,
Throwing
next
my
short,
fist in the air.
next short rest, we arm wrestle, you mother.
Are we all done?
Okay.
We can start walking.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
I'm ready to throw hands.
Did you throw your fist in the air and then have the cape billow behind you?
Yes.
Because I
I
immediately
mean,
back
it's
down
always
if I see
kind of
that.
billowing.
Yeah, it's too much, man. Whew.
I'll get you next time.
Yes, the best use of coin of buying an item.
Stop points. Stop points.
I guess for Isla, Dunk has a cloak of billowing.
Mm-hmm.
So just whenever he feels like it, he can strike a pose, and the cloak will billow behind him as if it's flowing in the wind.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It was what, like 80 gold or something like that.
Yeah,
Mm.
worth it.
That's literally all it does. You just it billows behind him
That
as if
seems
it's blowing in the
expensive.
wind.
Yeah, it's
It's-
a part of me now, so whenever
it's
I'm emoting...
Just to look heroic.
I'm impressed.
Me too.
Where are you guys headed? Dead Snows?
I don't know, I'm following.
Yes, Mival asked to go to Dead Snows.
Alright. So, 4 days of walking. Actually, probably closer to
Sheesh.
5.
Sheesh.
I'm on the way. Misery and happiness to me.
But we get the tiny hut.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, at
Keep
night
us
you...
from hiding and you're sleeping outside of it.
Stop. Why am I sleeping outside?
Goes for you too, donk.
Why am I getting sassed again?
Also, Isla, one of the things I do suggest is, because you do have the Find Steed spell available to you, you
Find
can you can cast that, and then
Mm-hmm.
the next day you don't have to keep it on your spell listing.
I just have a horse or a
You-
mount.
He'll last until you either dismiss him or he dies, and then you'll have to resummon him. But
That's a good idea. Because if it's a long road, yeah, I'll summon the horse. It's a spell,
Okay.
right?
yeah, second level spell. Let me just check the casting time because I always forget that one.
What's the horse's name?
I haven't decided. I don't know if I've summoned it before. Oh, it can be a horse or a steed of any kind.
Yeah, so the steed takes on a form that you choose, either a warhorse, a pony, a camel, an elk, or a mastiff.
It would be hilarious if it's just a pony. It would fit.
The only difference being, instead of being a beast, it's either a celestial fae or fiend of your choice.
No, I'm just gonna go with a basic horse though. Probably. I need to do a
Okay.
name for it.
Also, and I'd love this part, additionally, if your steed has an intelligence of 5 or less, it gets bumped to a 6. So the steed can fully understand you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Take simple commands.
Yeah, it gains the ability to understand a language, and you can, specifically you, Isla, can mentally communicate with it.
Yeah. I'm gonna name it like something stupid. Like dandelion.
Anything but Steve.
Yeah, you just keep Steve away from it.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
That's just
Ooh,
weird.
can it be a palomino horse? I like
Sure.
palomino horses. Sorry, I had a horse girl phase. But yeah, his name is Dandelion.
Dandelion.
I don't have to roll for that, right?
Nope, it just takes you 10 minutes, and yeah, all of a sudden next to you, after a bright flash of divine energy, there is now a Palomino horse fully saddled and ready to ride.
Yes. Now we don't have to carry the child. Ta-da!
Or the child could go with me on my broom. But nice horse.
Hey, the kid's got feet. Make it walk.
His feet are quite small.
Yeah, but they're still feet.
I don't want to carry
He's
the
quite
horse.
young. No, the horse can walk just fine.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, I asked the child if he wants to go in the broom of the horse.
Ooh,
Who asked?
I do.
He's not leaving Mare.
Oh, he likes me.
Kid's
Oh, wait.
racist.
I mean, I can turn into a horse.
I'm
for
sorry,
a small
Forzu.
amount
Would
of
you rather ride a
time.
horse or fly?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Get back to you.
I don't know. Well, I can walk for a while longer. So if you want to ride it, Jaffel, you can. She's very gentle.
I don't.
Oh wait, were you the one who said you
I'm
wanted
like-
to? Okay.
I said I could turn into a horse.
Oh, that's interesting.
So,
That's really cool.
Hey, can I have a new friend?
We can buy the carriage. We have 2 horses now. Never mind.
Man, that carriage was so cool.
All right, let's head out.
Alright.
I'll ride the horse if no one else wants to. Also, I don't know
Actually,
if Donk
the big question
can ride
is,
it. He might be too.
Jaffel, have you taken Summon Beast today?
No.
Okay. So I'm thinking timing-wise, it would actually save you guys a bit of time for travel. Because Mare and the child would be on the broom. It would probably have to be like Donk and Isla on one horse. And then if you turned into a horse and Horzu and Mival rode on one on your back, you would all have a mount. Your wild shape lasts 2 hours. You can do it twice a day?
Twice, yeah.
And then between that and conjure animals, you would essentially you'd all have mounts for up to 6 hours.
Oh my god.
We are gonna be a motley crew, let me tell you.
I mean, I can get it on our next rest, but nah, I didn't get it up today.
I'm gonna ride on a horse with a red ribbon going through its mane.
Well, I was thinking
Hello.
summon Beast would let you do it longer, but you still have conjure animals.
Wait, say again.
Because you have conjure animals as a 3rd level spell, yeah?
Yeah. Wait,
So
so,
be-
can I... Horses, right?
Yeah, you could summon just a bunch of horses. Granted, that would only last an hour, so you'd have between that and your wild shape.
Yeah, that
you,
can work.
You could all be on horseback for 6
So that's
hours,
like-
which would save you a
yeah,
little bit of time.
Yeah, that is 6. Yeah, alright. Well, here's the thing, though.
It's just the question of whether
Do
you want to burn all of that.
It's up to 8. I don't have to summon 8 of them, right?
Does it hurt to summon more?
No, it's more like how many we're gonna use. I think the horses are a. Let me see.
Just
Just
an unnecessary
1
amount of
4.
horses.
Yeah, it's like we don't really need that many horses.
I mean, you don't, but they obey any verbal commands you have. So you could just travel in a pack of horses,
Yo, we're doing it. Heck yeah. Heck yeah.
or a herd of horses, I guess it would be.
Yeah.
Right? Herd?
I look a little let down because I only was able to summon one horse.
I just lived up. Actually, this is the cool thing. This is the first time I've done this, so I am gonna do this
Nice.
one first.
Yes. Yeah, this is the
Yes.
first Conjure Animals.
So nobody else here has seen this either. All right, I'm gonna use Conjure Animals first. Yeah, ready for this? Dun, 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 dun. 8
Like,
horses.
Where did all these
So-
horses come from?
What the Steve?
So Jeff
That's a
will,
lot of horses.
after just sitting there and
amazing.
muttering some words for a second, just 8 horses form around you.
Did someone say
Uh,
Steve?
I
So
said
for the
Steve,
next-
I'm not naming all these.
That is one cast of Conjure Animals.
Uh-huh.
But for the next hour, you guys have essentially 9 horses and a broom to fly on. Which would save you a little bit of time, and then if you continue to cast and then continue to wild shape,
Yeah.
I mean, it's fully up to you how much you want to burn as far as like spells and everything.
I'm just dying over here. Just a herd of horses and a bunch of animals
Yeah.
and
I'm
people.
also trying to think.
I don't know why it's so funny, but oh god.
Oh, it's great.
Can't remember if you can burn spell slots to keep wild shaping.
I don't think I read anything
It-
like that.
It's one of those things that like if you can, no one ever does it.
You can revert earlier by using a bonus action, but
That's how you do it.
No, but you get your wild shapes back on a short rest.
yeah, I just read that. So like, if we ended up like on the we've already done one today, so it doesn't matter. But on the next day, we could do like
Well, I mean, there's no limit to how
Two.
many short rests you could take.
how long does a short rest? take?
A
Like
short
an
rest
hour?
is an hour,
Well, I mean,
but
yeah, that
it'd
could-
be resting for an hour, and then you can be on horseback for 4.
yeah. That ain't bad.
This is also assuming that Horzu and Mifal are fine riding on the same horse.
And the horse being me.
Yes.
Right.
Hey man, I'm
Right.
fine.
Horthu! High five. There's a high
Oh
five.
yeah. Oh yeah. Slowly turn to me, Val.
Ah, what?
You can't tell, but I'm eyeballing ya.
Uh-oh.
Eyeballing. Well, I'm turning into a horse.
Didn't you just conjure animals though?
No, not
She's
them.
doing
but
both.
soon.
Isn't she?
So I'm gonna be turning it. So basically, the thing is with wild shape is that I can do it 2 times, but after a short rest, I can do it again. So I
Oh,
can keep doing the wild shape pretty consistently.
I mean, she
Wow.
has no problem with you. She's just upset.
Yeah,
But
like,
it'd
that's
be
what I mean.
you
When
that
I
would
was-
have the problem. Do you want her on you?
She's traveling, but they haven't spoken, so something needs to happen.
Aren't you literally riding her?
That's
I
what's
mean,
gonna happen.
yeah, it's what's she
It's
literally
the question
doesn't.
of who approaches who to
Uh-huh.
to bring up the subject of you can go faster.
I mean, Mival's not really there in terms of like she's not. Oh God. She's just not there mentally. So like she's not gonna bring it up to you.
Well, it could be like I said, oh, I'll summon a horse so that the child doesn't have to walk, and then she was like, oh, I can summon more animals so that we all don't have to walk, or something.
I don't want to walk. I'll ride a horse. Easy.
I'm excited to ride the Jaffle Pony.
You gotta wait though.
Oh,
You
man.
gotta wait a minute.
I just imagine the horse being green.
Yeah.
Oh
me
my
too.
gosh.
Can the horse be green?
Fucking like Beast Boy.
Sure.
Have jaffle teeth?
Yeah, definitely Jaffle teeth.
Yep.
Always Jaffle teeth.
It's a
Has to.
green horse with jaffle teeth, and like
And
in the
lazy.
mane there's
Uh-huh.
like ribbons.
Ribbons
Nice.
and the red streak. Yeah, it's just like Wanda and fucking Fairly Odd Parents shit right there.
It's just the most random horse you've ever seen.
Yep.
Oh, that's rough. All right, okay. Well, I guess we'll go with the pack of horses for starters, and see where we get, and then I'll go pack of horses, wild shape, see what time it is, see if we do a short rest, and I can do wild shape. Sound good? Depending on what time it ends up being.
God damn.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah.
Sweet. Let's get going then. Pack of
Let's
horses.
go.
That's a lot of
Wahoo.
stuff.
I'm
So I was
riding
trying.
noble steed.
I was trying to figure out what the limiting speed would be, if it was the broom or if it was a horse that was faster. No, riding horse is 60 feet. The war horse form that the fine steed would take is 60 feet. So the broom is the slowest point at 50 feet. And even then, that's a lot faster than you guys were walking. Okay, so now I have to go from here, assuming a 1 hour rest during the day to get your wild shapes back.
Yes.
You would essentially cut the time from about 5 days to like 3.5.
Nice.
Nice.
Travel pack, Jaffle.
Let's just say
And
I'm
the
riding this
Allspice.
summoned horse like 60 miles an hour down this road, and the timer runs out. Does it just go poof? And then I'm
No,
like
it,
skidding along the ground at 60 miles an hour?
Yes.
the timer doesn't run out though.
Mine
Doesn't
does.
it?
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
hers does. Yeah, for
So,
fine
like, he'll be
steed,
on a
for fine
pack.
steed, it's indefinite. So as long as
Mhm.
for Isla and Donk being on the fine steed,
They'll
you
be
guys are
right.
fine.
We're fine. We're
But,
right after the sunset.
Yeah,
Can you give me
between
a heads up, Jaffle?
I would know, right?
between Horzu, Mival, and Jaffle, someone's gonna have to be aware of the passage of time.
Oh
think
god,
Jaffle can do
we're all
that.
gonna die.
Uh-oh, not me.
How fast does a horse run anyway? Actually, they can go real fast.
Really fast.
Yeah, a horse's speed in combat is 60 feet. So,
Per second. 0 to 60.
combat is 6 seconds. So, of
Mhm.
course,
Oh, that's fast.
Average horse is
Horse
30
speed.
miles an hour. Max is
Nice.
55.
yeah,
That's like
But
a
that's like-
highway speed.
that's like a full ass sprint.
It's a car accident in
I'm
a suit of
gonna
armor.
take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
Right, till
horse
it disappears out of
Yep.
existence.
I'm gonna imagine like the yee yee. And his like legs are still moving, but the horse isn't there anymore, and it like Wile E. Coyote. And he
Oh
drops-
no.
Yeah, that's what I'm imagining.
Look down, my eyes pop out of my head.
Yeah.
Right through the helmet slit.
Yeah, that's the one.
Actually, sorry, I'm rereading the rules for 5th edition on what they consider travel pace.
I'll cook breakfast.
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 Yummy, yummy.
Breakfast.
I'll let the dog out.
Wait, breakfast.
But it would be the
Never
travel
mind.
Dinner,
pace
dinner would
of
be first.
the broom, not a horse.
You
What?
can just leave him behind. No, I'm kidding.
Because the broom is the slowest part.
Oh, because the horse
Darn
goes
it.
how fast?
Horse is 60 feet. The broom is only 50.
But they have to stick to the roads. I don't.
True.
Slightly diagonal.
Yeah, using the rules of travel speed, it would cut it to. It would only take you 3 days to get there. So it'd be like the afternoon or towards sundown on the 3rd day that you would make it.
Yeah. Because even if they go faster, getting, that's 11. Or, yeah, 11 for by straight. Me.
So yeah, 3 days of travel will get you to Dead Snows. I'll go with that.
Sweet.
3 days on Jaffelback.
Jaffel bang.
She's a runner. She's a rock stone.
Who is leading this interesting looking party?
It's not me.
Let's see. I mean, Jaffa can do it, but wait, can she lead as a horse?
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
talk as a horse?
I can't talk as a horse,
Aw.
unfortunately. Yeah, I wish. She has a lot of thoughts.
Fuck no.
Like, there was one fucking thing when she was a spider.
So
Just
Yeah,
trying to tell
cool.
everyone that there was enemies
You-
there and had to
you
clank with her
can't-
legs.
here's a bit of order. You can't talk as a horse, but you can communicate with the horse that they're
That
riding
can
on.
talk to
That can talk to Isla.
Okay, it's like
So
whispers.
it's a chain of
Sorry.
you're essentially playing a game of telephone of you talking to a horse that is communicating with Isla, and then Isla has to communicate with the rest of the party.
That's
But
amazing. I'm sorry. Oh god.
arguably speaking, that is a workaround.
Yeah.
But it has to be horse. Like if she's a spider, I can't.
Right.
Horse. No.
Only horsey language. I think in that case it might. So who's riding me? Val and Horsu. We don't need to talk about it.
That's why
Val
I'm
and Horsu.
trying to avoid certain phrasing of words.
Yeah. It's gonna
You know
happen
what?
eventually.
I'm not scared. I'd say maybe. I think Val was survival. That way they can just keep going and going.
Yeah.
Alright. Well, I'm happy with that.
So
Okay.
survival.
Yep. Give me a survival check.
That seems good.
Wonderful enough. Without issue, you guys on Mare and the child on the broom, Mival and Horzu on Jaffelback, and Donk and Isla on Palomino
Dandelion.
on Dandelion. Very quickly find your way a lot faster down the road than you guys are used to traveling, at least recently. You're some of you were brought back to the first excursion that you guys had, where you acquired some horses. But yeah, you get
1 second.
Waiting.
Alright,
There
we're
you
good.
go. All right, yep. All right. I think that is actually a new one.
I'm confused.
Tradition lives
It
on.
is a new one.
Yeah, without issue, you guys make it pretty much past the fork in the road from Ascor. Quickly making your way away from Ascor, hoping to not encounter anyone, which you don't. It is very sunny today. Bright as hell, not a cloud in the sky. Great weather for traveling. With a 1 hour rest every 4 hours of travel. This will be your first of 3 days of travel, so we'll go into night 1.
Are we in the hut?
I'm sleeping.
Yep.
I'll make
Is it
dinner.
cozy in the hut?
I'll let you see.
I'm chef.
Dinner.
I eat
What's
dinner,
for
then I'm sleeping.
I need to know what dinner is, though.
Pancakes. I don't
Oh,
know. Do I have to
for
choose
dinner.
every time?
I'm in
Yeah,
heaven.
breakfast for dinner.
Yum yum.
See, and this is the only time that I can see a common magical item being useful, which is the God, I can't remember the name of it. Where is
Ariel, I'll get a fit in the hut.
it? Howard's handy spice pouch is a magical spice pouch that regenerates its spices every day.
Ooh.
The
I
only time
saw-
I could ever see that be useful.
I saw
Yeah.
that going through those items when I was trying to figure out what I was, making,
gonna
and I was
say,
like,
didn't we see
"This
that
is this is something I would never ever use."
Right. You would never use it. No one would ever buy it. But I could see with the chef feat, it actually being beneficial.
Heck yeah.
Nice.
I would honestly give it some kind of benefit.
I have an earring though.
Yeah, you ended up getting the earring.
It's a pretty earring.
We just need to buy
Wait,
the
can I
mayo
talk?
jug.
To Jaffel with the earring if she's an animal. But she can't talk back to me. Unfortunate.
Let me actually look at the specifics of message.
Wait, I've got it too. Somewhere.
Trying to remember if message is purely mental or it has to be spoken.
Cast the message spell.
Give me 1 second. Message is you point towards somebody and whisper. They hear the message. No, they would have to whisper back.
Oh, okay.
Dang it.
I'm trying to communicate. I'm trying to make it easier.
It's okay. No one speaks to me. I just have to tippy tap. 1 for yes, 2 for no.
Oh, that's a
All
good
that
idea.
fun stuff.
Yeah, try communicating in a dark cave with a spider.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Tap your
That'd be
leg for how many enemies there are. Just fucking rapid tapping.
And we're talking a spider the size of like a small dog.
Yeah. See,
Small
I'd be
dog. This thing's
terrified,
size of fucking like Great Dane or some shit.
but Isla might just get hungry because it's a bug. Very big bug. Yep.
Oh no.
She wouldn't eat you though. I don't think she could pull it off, honestly.
She
I feel like
might
that would be
try.
I feel like that would be intimidating. Your food is now the size, like twice your size. Like,
Maybe.
Does-
I'm trying to think of it differently because in real life I'm just terrified of spiders. I hate them.
right?
That could be a centipede.
Yeah, you know, a 2.5 foot long
It's
centipede.
basically a worm.
No.
I would rather just die.
I need to add these floods to my character sheet.
Oh, don't worry, conjure animals. Now there's 8 of them.
No.
I got way.
Ugh.
It's one of the things you don't think about. Oh, conjure animals. There's 8 panthers. That's awesome. Conjure animals. There's 8 giant spiders. Maybe not. Hold on now.
Fuck that.
If you ever conjure 8 giant spiders, I'm running away. I can't do it.
But what
But
if
They'd be
we
fuzzy.
need them?
You could
The leg
Ooh,
to
and
body ratio is just way too off.
That's true though. If real spiders as well, it's so
Yep.
true. They can't. They're doing it wrong. Okay. I don't know what it is.
64 legs.
Ugh.
But yeah, you guys get to sleep at the tiny hut. So it's a 10-foot
Except for
radius.
Meatball.
Only 9 people can fit in this dome, but there's 6 of you, so who cares?
Well, does Meatball sleep inside it?
It's
No, she don't
opaque.
sleep
You can see
inside.
through
I mean,
it.
you can see out of it.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're sleeping in an enclosed dome. Everyone can see out of it.
That's
So
pretty.
that is really up to Mival.
And you
Yeah.
could go through it whenever you want to.
Yeah, she sleeps in it.
Nice.
Hey, baby steps.
Sleepover time.
But she stays as in this little area, as far away from everybody as she can because she doesn't.
All right. Yeah.
she-
So instead of like a 3-foot space in between you guys, it's like a 5-foot space in between you guys.
because and she's feeling it. She's upset at herself for hitting at Horzu. But yeah, she's there.
But yeah, a very somewhat not cramped, but boy, there's not a ton of space in here.
Especially with the kids.
Cozy.
Positive side though, no one can get in. So for 8 hours, you guys.
It's the horses.
It's nope. The horses are outside. Actually, you could probably fit. You could fit your steed, and that's it. That would be the capacity of the dome.
I don't want to sleep next to a horse.
I think the horse is fine outside.
You should never think that Steve was left outside, left alone. You can't just leave him outside.
Oh no, the truck
Yeah,
is
who would
coming
Well,
back.
even if-
outside?
Even if she's defeated,
himself.
I can summon her again. She's magic.
Okay. But I mean,
As long as we're not
just do
attacked.
that with Steve.
We can't resummon Steve.
No,
No,
Steve.
you can't.
Skip forward to like half a dozen sessions from now, and there's
Yeah.
this is Dandelion the 4th.
No, it's the same dandelion when you resummon her, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yay.
Well, we're on
There's
Mr.
a-
Split the second.
Right, there's a couple
Yeah,
books that
that's
I've
rough.
read that whenever
second.
somebody resummons their animal, they just rename it like another number.
Oh no. No, it's dandelion.
I think my
That's
favorite
good.
was the book that I was reading. They were on, and they didn't even name it. They just called it Cat. So it was Cat 22.
Oh no. It wasn't actually a cat?
It was a summoned cat. It was a fantasy book, but it was it was their 22nd iteration of their animal or their beast companion.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just it's occasionally brought up in the book series, and it's never really touched on. It's just some characters notice like, oh, why does that say 22?
Interesting.
But it's always funny. So now every time I think about conjuring animals, I just think of like every time you conjure it, it's just that, but with a number next to it. is anyone keeping watch for the night?
Should we?
No.
Not me, at least.
I mean, you have essentially 8 hours of absolute protection in this dome. No one can see who's inside of it, but you can see who's outside of it. So,
Alright,
it's really up to you guys.
I sleep.
I big sleep.
Yeah, I take my bag of holding and stuff it into my armor and then fall asleep.
Oh, do you
Yeah,
still have the
sleep.
head in there?
No.
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 Did you guys take the head with you? I think Mare had the head last.
No, after my field trip, I think I just left it in the bar. 'Cause I didn't say I took it with me.
It's just sitting there. Okay. I mean, you didn't eat it.
The bar keeps like cleaning up. Just puts a head under a table.
I'm back.
It was
Sorry.
a wild
I had
night.
to. What?
Talking about Loden's head. We left it in
Ah.
the bar.
Wait, what? You kidding?
No, we just left it there.
Oh
Because I'm
no.
realizing you guys took it out of the bag, and then it was with Mare for a
thought-
bit.
I thought somebody picked it up, but I don't know.
I don't recall that. No. I mean, Jaffel and Val were dead very quick, so
Yeah.
it's like, yeah.
We
Oh,
got
geez.
back. Donk
Mare
gave
was
me-
the last one to have it.
Donk gave me a big drink.
Mm-hmm.
Hit me hard because I rolled a 3. So my best bet is just sitting on the bar.
God damn
Okay.
it.
Wonder if they put like sunglasses in it and lift it up.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Well, there goes the entire reason you guys brought back the head.
Well, you proved it to that one to dust.
I think me Val wanted a cleric to bring back to life. so
Yeah,
she could ask
yeah,
him the
I'm-
question.
I'm actually
Yeah,
really
there's a-
sad.
There's a cleric spell that's not actually that hard to cast.
Oh.
I think it's a 2nd or 3rd level spell, but it's called Speak with Dead.
I thought
Where,
Mare had it, and so I
you
didn't
can-
say
you can-
anything.
You can ask a dead body 5 questions.
Even if it's just a part of the dead body.
Yeah, all
I'm
you need
so
is a part of the
fucking
body.
sad.
Usually the head. If it's a skull, it works. If it's even like, I think technically any part of the body works.
Nice.
It's just the skull or the head is always the best because it's the easiest to flavor how it's speaking.
Flavor.
It's the easiest to describe how it's speaking.
Hmm.
Because otherwise, how does a hand speak?
Then I will use the sending stone dust. Keep the head safe before I go to bed.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
What?
You get back. I'm glad you said something. I guess we won't have a pinata then.
Yuck.
Hmm?
Oh my
Some
god.
of them might use it for darts.
Oh my god.
He doesn't need his eyes to tell us stuff.
And I'll just tell Mival, don't worry, it'll be there when we need it.
Don't worry, it's safe.
Meval,
Wait, what did he do?
Nothing yet.
They're not gonna use it as a pinata, but
Me-
they will
Might-
use it for darts.
Meval nudges Granny very appreciatively.
Good night.
Yep. Man, you guys will figure out what those notes say eventually.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, wait, before we go to bed, ask the owl if they can speak infernal.
No. I can speak Elvish. I can speak,
Oh.
Common.
Oh.
And I can speak one other language. Celestial. But no, Infernal, there was never a reason. No.
I was about to say caca, but last time I did that, somebody threw a big axe at me,
Hmm.
so I'm going to bed.
I wouldn't throw a big axe at you.
Okay.
But We speak common.
In Elvish, I speak to Isla, and I said, and I say, if you try to hurt any of these people, you'll have to deal with me.
I respond in Elvish. I promise I won't. There'll
Okay.
be no need for that.
Donk passed out immediately.
No. Somebody else speaks Elvish here, I'm pretty sure. Or Elven. Is it Elven or Elvish?
Elvish,
It's
and
both.
I think it's just me, Val. I don't think.
I don't.
Secret
No.
language.
Secret
know-
language.
The only one I'm not sure is Jaffel. Jaffel, I don't remember what you speak. Other than, I know you speak Orcish, but
I think I honestly think that's about it. I don't think I speak much else.
Nice.
Yeah.
And that was the only language that made sense for her to know.
Does that race not have its own language?
you get common and one other of your choice. But with the backstory that she went with, Elvish made the most sense.
Okay. I don't know if there's like an.
There's an
Owl
Aarakocra. There's an Aarakocran language. I forget if there's a
Oh.
specific owl. Because there's very little on owlin still. I forget if they have like their own language. They
No,
kinda
most
went
most
everywhere.
yeah
so
most
they kind of
most bird
common.
folk speak a Orin, which is a variant of Primordial.
Oh.
Aarakocra have specifically their own language of Aarakocran. What I think most bird forms would speak Orin. At least I know Aarakocran do. I don't remember if any of the other ones do. It's just no one talks about Orin because it's a dialect of Primordial, and if you speak Primordial, who cares?
Oof.
Some bears speak Primordial.
I do.
I mean, as far as like the distinction between Orin and Terran and Ignan, it's like they're all dialects of Primordial. So if you know Primordial, you don't need to know the specific dialect.
It's like Orin's the Boston accent.
Essentially. I feel like it's more the difference between like an American accent versus a European or an Australian accent.
Boy.
Oi, just out of the blue. One says kebab, one says kebab.
Oh, say kebab. It's gonna say kebab. That's the problem.
Anyway, if no one is keeping watch for the night, then we'll just skip to the next day of... I mean, nothing happens. You're in a dome that has absolute protection.
Nice.
Unless someone else has dispel magic, you're fine.
Oh,
It's a good hut.
it's tiny.
Yeah, the only limitation is the size.
It's fine.
Dog is like
Limitation.
3 people.
I don't take up a lot of space anyway.
You're like half a person. Dog is like 3.
It stables itself out.
Yeah, the extra that Donk takes is equaled by the amount Isla doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
And Eval curls into a tiny little ball somewhere.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright, so second day of travel.
Summon the horses.
Summon my horses already, as long as nothing happened to her.
Who in the pack?
Can you summon a bunch of ostriches?
I can do axe speaks.
Someday.
You hate birds. What are you talking about?
Oh, I'll ride one.
Okay.
I don't like birds that that yell at me and throw weapons at me.
Yeah, I made food, so I'm a good bird.
I specifically don't like Aarakocras.
Racist.
And a more specific family of them.
Okay.
Talking about my girl.
Oh,
You better believe,
Oh.
you better believe it.
damn, she said it.
Man, she doesn't even know. I met her once. I
I was
sent
like, are
her
you
a
still
letter.
dating?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you.
Awful hard simping after these birds.
Straight up. Straight up.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
I mean, to be fair, one of them I did describe thick as hell.
Yeah,
That's not,
yeah.
that's not
Hell
what I
yeah.
went for, though.
Mm,
No, it's
A
not. Which
white.
is, yeah, you went for the first one.
yeah, but Krar's pretty good.
Love-
Yeah, she's like Louise from Encanto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, Krar is a blacksmith Aarakocra who is buff as fuck, and is the one that threw the pickaxe at Horzu. Like full on chucked a pickaxe like 40 feet across the room.
Krar, more like stupid Burbage. Oh my god.
Was I a little racist and deserve it?
Yes.
A little bit.
Very much so.
It's in the past.
And you call me Birdist. Beardist. Beardist, yeah. Birdist. No, Birdist is you, not me.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I was mad
Alright.
at Krar's sister.
Who is taking lead on this wonderfully shitty stormy day?
Mm.
Mm.
I should have really given my character a hood.
Anybody? Who's taking lead?
I've got a horse. I could take lead. If
You're
you
gonna
want.
let the new person lead.
That's what I'm saying.
party?
I'm new.
The
I
newbie.
don't know.
Just gotta learn somehow.
That's a good point.
Somebody roll survival. Oh, somebody do it.
You don't want me to.
I don't want it.
Do I have?
Fuck it. Oh.
Oh boy.
No.
No. Wait, I was looking. I don't think I have good survival anyway. Oh no, I have terrible survival.
You would have had a better thing than that, I'm pretty sure.
I could roll it.
No, it's fine.
We'll have to roll it once
can we
have to find our
can-
way back.
Can we fail? Just walking
Yep.
down the road?
I mean, it would. You essentially lose a bit of travel time.
Oh no.
Which is kind of a bit important here in the sense that you lose between the storm and that survival check, you lose about a quarter of your travel, which is enough to push it past the third day, and now it would take a little bit over 3 days for you to get to Dead Snows. So you can either push on for another 2 hours and make up the time that you lost, or you can accept the loss and have a third night outside of Dead Snows.
Not great.
And that is a group decision. For every hour past your standard travel time, you risk exhaustion.
I
So-
just got over my hangover, guys. I don't want to go again.
I mean, we're not under like a severe timeline, right?
I don't think so. I think we're just chilling right now.
Yeah, there's no super deadline we have to hit.
Sort of.
Yeah.
How eager is Mivel
Oh, you know she's
to
eager,
get
but
her items, to her items started?
she's pretty eager, but like she's not gonna, rush because there's a kid. Like she's not gonna push the kid.
Push. Yeah, no.
Bully the child.
I'll push the kid into
But
a
is it-
river.
I'll be nice to the kid.
Is it the same to have like someone carry you versus like him actually walking on the road?
No, I guess not, because it wouldn't necessarily be them risking exhaustion because they would be carried.
Like I feel like if anything, the broom would be exhausted. Like my.
It's usually either the driver or pilot or whatever you want to call them. So you would be risking exhaustion because you have to steer the broom and indicate where you're going. So you'd have to pay attention to what you're doing. And whoever is leading the horses, in the sense of Jaffa would be risking exhaustion, Mary would be risking exhaustion, and Isla would be risking exhaustion.
I wasn't in there. Let's do it.
Horzu and Mival not as much, just because while you're riding, you're not leading Jaffel.
Autopilot.
Cruise control.
The horse knows where to go.
So pretty much half of you would be risking exhaustion.
I'd say don't risk exhaustion, but that's just me.
I leave it up to the people that are risking it.
Same.
Doesn't affect
No
me.
math.
Sounds sweet to do that. I don't mind. But either way.
Oh no.
We're outside dead snow. We could wait. Nothing bad could happen, right?
Oh, don't
Sure.
say that.
You shut your mouth, Doug.
So Tonk is taking all the watches.
Yeah.
As long as
Okay,
there's a
even though
tiny
you
hut
don't need
above
to
my
take
head.
any.
Just make him kick him out of the hut.
You can't,
Yeah.
No, you can't kick me out of the hut. It's raining.
Oh, more reason to do it.
That's not very nice.
This party sucks.
You could come into the hut, Doug.
We feed you. What are you talking about?
Come cuddle up next to Horzu.
Okay.
So are you risking it? Yes or no?
No.
Nah.
I say no. I
No.
vote no.
No.
Getting a lot of no's. Okay. Okay, so second night, it's still being rainy. I assume you're gonna put up the dome again. Yes.
Please.
Don't.
Tiny hut. Yes.
Yeah.
All
Sleepover.
right. The rain doesn't fucking matter.
Yes.
At least as far as interrupting any sleep or anything. Again, if you want to put people on watch, you can. Really up to you if anybody wants to stay up for a couple hours in the middle of the night.
Could I wake up early?
I've been kind of accounting for that in your travel time.
Okay.
But it's the
Early
difference
bird.
of either someone keeps watch for like an hour or two, and you guys leave
E-
like an hour or two
Erla?
later than you normally do.
Erla. I think that's how I say your name. Thank you. Thank you for that follow. I really appreciate you.
I think it's fine.
I want pancakes.
Alright, so if no one is taking watch for the night, we'll skip ahead to day 3 of travel.
I want pancakes.
I'm making waffles.
Oh, Michael.
I don't even know if waffles exist.
Oh, well, thank you.
Cook she is.
Thank
I
you
don't
for
know
that
how you
follow,
would
Ray.
make
I
waffles.
really do
I just
appreciate
realized
you.
waffle items. Yeah, no. Eggs. Oh no.
Oh,
No, it's fine as long as they're not like if they're just regular birds. It's
Oh
fine.
god.
Eggs.
Eggs.
Don't think about it. You don't think about it.
Really cares about the children.
No one thinks about it.
Tomorrow we're eating fetuses.
Stop! Stop! That's horrible.
That's why you don't think about it.
Don't.
I wish to consume the unborn.
Oh no.
Slimy.
Ugh, stop! Ugh. Ugh.
Maybe I don't eat eggs.
Ugh. Shit.
That's why you don't think about it.
Oh, that's...
And you never think about it. Or if you do think about it, you never talk about it.
Maybe I'm a vegetarian. I'm not. No thanks.
The
They're not.
predatory bird vegetarian.
Oh yeah, birds eat other birds all the time too.
Yep. Alright, who's taking lead on
No.
this
No.
Sparks.
No.
wonderfully cloudy
Most
day?
dangerous.
Cloud.
Jack will do it.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jack's
But is
like-
is my normal
into it,
survival
Jack.
though?
Yeah, it'd still be your normal survival.
Okay, 1 sec. Survival. Why am I +5 in survival? Since when?
Nice.
Oh, wisdom. Hey, hey!
I would say it is wisdom, and you are proficient.
Hey, hey!
I am not wise. Oh no.
Now nature check.
Rude.
Didn't have to mention that. Pretty good though.
Alright.
We made
That survival check will
Somewhere.
get you a little bit outside of Dead Snows. Again, you can either push for an extra 2 hours to get into Dead Snows and sleep in an inn, or not care and camp in the dome.
I'm all about not caring, to be honest.
I could make more snacks.
That will always sway Donk's vote. If you ever
Yeah.
want anything from Donk,
Straight up.
Yeah,
I imagine that the
that's true.
travel rations that you make with the chef's feet, instead of having them expire, Donk just eats them.
That makes
Definitely.
sense.
So
It
just
makes
there is a
more protein bars.
there's a point in the day in which instead of expiring, Donk now has 9 temp HP for like the next hour.
Yep, true. Yeah.
Donk, you looking really healthy right now.
Thanks. I've eaten well.
Nice. Snacks are good.
All right, so third night in the dome.
Thunderdome.
Again, not cramped or anything, but kind of
Cozy. Wait, if
Cozy.
it's sealed, that would be dangerous. The oxygen. I'm probably reading into it too much though.
It's like a spaceship. O2 levels depleted.
it's magic. No one cares.
That's true.
I have a flying banana.
I don't know how you have that. I'm
Artificers.
just me.
Artificers and their abilities.
I'm just too scared to ask about it.
You can make it's an artificer's homunculus. He just chose to make it look like a banana.
It could look like anything.
Have you seen a banana before though?
Yes.
It's funny if I keep calling it a banana, it doesn't look anything like a banana.
No, it's like
It's got weird lumps.
it's like a tropical fruit. I don't know how tropical it is here.
It's
Actually, people could
actually
import it.
it's actually a dragon fruit.
Oh, no. That's more like a plantain.
Oh, haha.
Just
All right, third night, and then no one going on watch. Nothing. No, anyone do anything at the night?
I brushed dandelion. I don't know. I feel like she's being a good horse.
Been doing a good job.
I could brush you too if you want, Jaffel.
Oh. Can you brush her hair? I think she'd love that.
I could brush your hair. I don't have any hair, but I'll be very gentle. I've always liked hair.
Hey, all right, bonding moment with the owl. Hair brush. So, I mean, Jeffel has to take her hair out, and it's fucking long, dude.
I'm
Taking
just
up
like,
the
happy.
entire dome. Rapunzel ass over here. No, but like really long hair. Stupid ass long hair. Oh
and
my
I like try and use it as a pillow.
gosh. That works. Brush in one section, donkeys in the other section as a pillow. Easy.
I'm basically petting you because I'm like, oh my god, hair.
Nice.
I don't know if I would know how to braid. Probably would, considering everything.
You got a horse?
I have a horse.
Yeah, nice. All right.
No, you spent time with the elves. You would know how to braid.
I'd know. How to
Hey, oh damn,
do a
Devil's gonna get a
fishtail.
fancy brain.
I could do
Not like a fucking yeah.
or a hairy.
Handle B. Oh, now
I know how to
French
braid my own hair. Actually, no, other people's hair. I can't do it my own hair though. Sad in real life.
Sad.
Sad. I know there's
Sad.
treasure I cannot possess.
All right, now I have to ask the stupid question of like how long for hair? Cause like I used to have my hair like almost touching my ass.
Yeah,
Ooh, nice.
close to that, I would say. Really long.
Mhm.
Like maybe thigh, upper thigh, sort of thing.
Oh wow! So yeah, you got princess hair.
Yeah. Once it's like braided up and stuff, like it
Mhm.
goes to maybe her like hip bone, or maybe a little bit above. I'm not sure. But yeah, long
Yeah, it would
ass
make the
hair.
dick shorter.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Oh, Jaffel. I don't think she's ever let her hair out in front of the group either. Had that
Nice.
braid in for years. Jesus, it's probably messy.
Oh
Oh
gosh.
no.
I used
Yeah.
to braid. My hair was like down to my lower back before, and like I'd have to braid it at night, or else it'd just be a tangled mess. I'd like wake up in the morning and like my hand would brace my hair, so I'd like pull my own hair, trying to sit up. It hurt.
Yeah. When I was younger, I had like to the butt hair, and then ever since I have not had my hair that long. But dang,
I damaged it too badly, coloring and bleaching it.
absolute vibes. All right. Yeah,
All
nice
right,
bonding moment. Beautiful.
fourth day of
Alright.
Yeah.
travel.
Woohoo!
Yay!
I'm not even gonna have anybody roll survival because you're less than a half day out of dead snows.
Mhm.
Like you're pretty much at where the fork is. It's not that hard to say. Dead snows is that way.
Lost.
Follow the cart.
Real quick.
Uh-oh.
Did we divvy the gold pieces out that we got from the thingy?
I don't
Nope.
think we did.
No,
No,
Communism.
where is it?
Okay.
no.
Yeah.
Currently, Horzu has an extra 500 gold and 50 platinum.
He's just been
Mhm.
quietly sitting there.
Shit. Nobody knows about it.
Eval does.
And Mary,
yeah.
you called us over to look at
Yep.
Half of you looked at the gold.
Yeah, I don't know.
But nobody
Yeah.
said anything.
I don't know its existence.
No one said anything, and you also have some magic items probably to sell.
Mm-hmm.
This motherfucker.
Are you gonna communism though, or are you gonna be like, we have to split it equally?
One for you, two for me.
Or Or do any of you care about gold?
Not really.
I do.
I don't.
Apple sorta does, so she can give it out again.
Yeah, Jaffel tip's too big, so I'm gonna
Oh,
keep
no.
her share for her.
Why?
It'll be yours.
Wait,
I'll hold on to it.
no. 'Cause this ain't no conservatorship or some shit. Give me my money.
Well,
Let
until
me spend it
somebody tells you,
irresponsibly.
you don't know it's there.
See, I play
Yeah.
Jaffel so badly. I have keen mind, but I'm always drunk or asleep or elsewhere.
Yep.
It's so,
Yep.
so bad. I know you've noticed that.
Your mind's like a
That's
steel trap
unfortunate.
for the things that you don't see.
That's a tragedy right there.
It really is. It's pretty rough.
It's the
Buzz.
best use for
Silver.
keen line ever.
There's a big spider. He's just a daddy
Oh.
long legs. Oh god.
Oh,
He's disappeared into the ether. Please.
It's always the worst.
You'll find him
On the
tonight.
crying spider.
No.
I'm always terrified when I see them, but I'm always more
I stand.
terrified when I see them disappear. And then for the next like
Going.
20 minutes, I'm like, where the fuck is it?
Don't be in my blinky. It's not even hot enough for a blanket. I don't need a blanket. They're cold enough.
Are you telling yourself that because you don't want to deal with the spider?
It is hot here. But yeah. Don't need
a
it.
little bit.
Oh, right. Y'all have made it to Dead Snows. The fuck you doing?
Going
Wait,
straight
that's
to.
just where my lady is?
Yeah,
Which
what are
one?
you guys doing?
The one that tried to
Wow.
kill us? The one that tried to
Yeah,
kill
the
us?
one
Jaffel?
that put us on the flower. That's the lady.
Can I buy spices?
Wait. Oh, it's Sarah? Oh.
Sarah. Yeah.
I
So
need, I need, I
Sarah's in
need,
Dead
We
I
have
need to
to
go see Sarah though.
we have to
Yeah.
go through Line Mill. That's where your lady is.
Yeah, but I mean, I need to see Sarah anyway to see if she gave a letter.
You also have your fanny pack. No.
The metal thing.
Yeah.
The metal bag.
Yeah.
Which I need to
Which-
see. Who do I need to see for that? That's
I totally forgot how much you paid for that.
Oh
'Cause I know-
shit.
I knew
I
this,
know-
I knew this was gonna happen too.
I know you
I
paid
know I
half
paid.
up front,
Yeah.
and then it was half when it was done. I don't remember the number.
I don't even know which one
800
that was.
gold.
I don't even know which session that was. I couldn't even tell you.
2 sessions ago. 2 sessions ago.
Okay.
Because it was before we I think it's 2 sessions ago. Now I'm not sure. Now I'm doubting myself. Gosh darn it.
I thought I fucking wrote that down. I guess I didn't.
Jesus, this model is doing the Jaffle blink.
The lizard.
The lizard.
Yeah.
You thought I was raccoon, but no, I was lizard.
I'm half lizard, half raccoon. Part machete. Don't think about it.
Well,
Oh, there's an end.
Damn, I thought I wrote
Ba-
somewhere.
Basically, the character is part Komodo dragon. Is very cool. He does not look like a Komodo dragon.
All right, who's going where in Dead Snows?
I have to go to that one dude that I was talking to. But I kind of need more gold for that too.
I need to see Sarah,
Banana.
but I can do that after. I'm just letting you know. That's what I'm doing. Sarah first.
Hmm?
I think we've all would like her cut of the load-up money.
Mm.
Well, loaded money.
This fucker.
She could have your cut, or she could have it all.
Shut up, Nick. I mean, Bear.
Oh,
Are you,
I'll ban your trash
Aren't-
can.
Horzu starts bleeding from the nose.
aren't you scared of her making your brain explode and you explode on her like that, really?
No.
Scaredy baby.
I'm done being scared. Alright, I'll pull out the chest and start divvying up the gold that nobody knew about. We could have been rich.
What do you mean?
And
We could have been rich.
We have some gold.
Yeah, don't worry about it. 166 each.
What do you divide by 4?
6. 6 people in the group.
No, I wouldn't get any though.
Yeah.
No. You get
No.
it because Mare opened her big fat mouth.
The owl
What?
doesn't get any.
I have a
No
book. I have
offense.
a book of my own.
She wasn't there.
I wasn't there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you shouldn't have mentioned it, Mare.
Yeah,
Now
man.
everybody gets a cut.
Everybody less for noise.
Then I'll look at Isla and be like, I'm sorry he gave you that. Yours.
Man, you're a jerk. All right, what's 1,000 divided by 5 then?
It's 200.
each.
There, I'll give 50 to Isla for helping get the child.
That's okay. I don't need
Oh,
it.
should I
Take it.
So 200.
Yep.
Shit.
420, boys.
Now Jeffels
So technically it was
tip the bartender 3 gold on a 2 silver meal.
Yep.
it was
We can do better, huh?
100 gold, 10 platinum.
Yes, technically it's 100 gold and 10 platinum each. I don't care how you write that down, just because it all means the same thing.
Putting it all as gold.
I don't
Yep.
think I've ever had a platinum.
It's all gold.
The only reason platinum exists is that way someone can say there's a chest full of 1,000 platinum,
Oh,
and then you're like, oh shit, that's a lot of money.
I'm rich.
Because like a chest of 1,000 gold doesn't sound as good as a chest of 1,000 platinum, but they're both the same size.
I have 100 gold already.
no, really?
Okay, how much did you say for all of us at the time? I
Same sword
guess
you get.
for the thing that the things I'm trying to get.
Oh, I think I said they were like 100 a piece or something.
Okay.
You're the Meiji boys. Try and find that gem, huh? The diamond. Wait,
I'm
you
going
still have
to
that diamond, don't you?
You don't know about it?
Yeah, no. I'm talking to you as me.
Actually, I don't think anybody knows about the diamond.
No, because
Wasn't
that
Blizzard?
that you found after identifying the suit.
Damn it. Anyway, I need to find a wizard for a diamond, I believe.
Oh, you actually need a diamond?
Yeah, I need a diamond.
Do
My
I know
house-
that?
No, you don't.
Okay, so where's everyone going? Who am I tagging
Right.
along with?
Who's going where?
I'm going to Sarah.
You're going to Sarah.
That's fabrics. No, that's
No,
No,
that's
that's
the
potions.
apothecary.
potions.
Potions and poisons.
Fabulous Fabrics is the other one. And
Just go
it's
as a group.
Loran? Loran, right?
Yes.
Just go as a
Probably
group.
best if I don't walk around this busy city with a child. I don't really have
Those-
anything I need to do, so I could go to the tavern and get a broom.
Turtle
I'm
tab.
also gonna go to Sarah.
Okay. 2 to Sarah.
I'll go with them, I guess.
Sweet.
What?
So
I'm not
everyone
going
but Mary's.
inside, though.
I'm gonna
Everyone
go
but Mare's
talk
going
to
to
the
Sarah?
bird. So
Ah.
not like you.
What? Why?
Not you, the other bird.
Yeah.
Oh,
Different bird.
Different bird.
Yeah.
maybe
Bird
you
of
are racist.
Jorge, let's go spend your money. How about that?
What? We'll go to Kudon's after Sarah, maybe?
Yeah. that sounds
Okay,
good. Well, I
alright.
probably have to go Fabulous Fabrics first. And then I'll go to there.
You buying
As long as we
clothes?
get to go shopping.
Eh,
I don't know.
Get in the
I guess
pouch.
we are. Our clothes are probably still a little charred.
you're not wrong.
Can I
Alrighty.
buy the spices?
Oh.
Didn't you say there's something? Oh wait, no, that was a magical item, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can maybe get, possibly, it might be at the
Talk to
magic
Kudon.
shop. Kudons, there we are. Thank you. The magic shop.
Whole
A
family
magic
friend.
shop.
Oh, I gotta see it. I gotta roll to see if you replaced the items that you guys bought
Yes.
first. Okay. So so everyone's going to Sarah's first? Except for
Yeah.
Mare. Mare's going to the tavern, yes.
Yup.
Yep.
Wait, where's the child? Child's going to the tavern too.
Yes.
Yes.
Hold the child.
Interesting.
Okay, so we'll start with. I guess we'll start with Mare, just because that should be relatively quick. I don't know what you have planned for going to the tavern, other than getting a room.
That's it. Literally just going in, asking for one room, and going straight to it.
Okay. So as you're coming up to the tavern, it's fairly. I mean, it's early in the morning for you guys, so it's not that busy in there. There's not really more than a couple people in there. You see the same turtle behind the bar.
Turtle.
Like the wedges.
Crap, what was his name?
Toolcod.
That's right.
Toolcod the turtle. And he sees you approaching. Oh, you're the one that travels with the interesting group.
Yeah, that's such a
Yeah.
nice way of putting it.
I mean, it's kind of, you're all fairly abnormal for this city, so then again, this city's abnormal anyway. Anyway, just you today?
For now, everyone else is out doing their thing. I'm just looking to relax today.
Ah,
So I just
Okay.
need one room.
just the one room?
Yep.
Alright, 5 silver.
And then can you have lunch brought up later?
Yeah. See, just one room. Food for 1, 2?
2 of us.
2 of us? Alright. Put it at a gold.
Okay. That actually works perfectly because I had an odd number and I did not like it. So I'll give him the 1 gold and we go straight to our room.
Alright, yeah, he hands you the key. The food will be up in like 10 minutes or whatever.
Sounds good.
Alright. Now to everyone else.
Alright.
Right, Isla, you went with everyone else, yes?
Yeah.
Yes? No? Yes? Okay.
Yeah. Sure. I'm not sure what she would do otherwise. I'm curious.
Was this the town with that dickhead with the metal arm?
Yep.
Oh,
Yes.
We're going there next.
Okay, so you all come up to a familiar building, to at least most of you, with the sign in front of it. And Isla, what you see is a fairly small for a shop in this area, but it's a very well kept building with the sign of what looks like a vial with a silverish liquid in it. But as you look at the sign, the silver itself is almost like glowing to an extent, or it's very vibrant, and it's ever so subtly like moving in the sign. But you guys walk in and see the familiar sight of several shelves lined with different jars and vials and different plants and different a couple jars with fungi in them, some with different powders, a couple with liquids. You see the familiar sight of Ser, the female Aarakocra, with green and yellow ribbons in her feathers. And she goes, oh, you guys are back in town today? Alright, I guess this is about usually the time you guys would be around here. Can I get you guys anything?
Hello. Oh,
Any more interesting plans?
unfortunately not, but hopefully on our next venture out. Just didn't have the time or the equipment to
It's
do
fine.
so.
One can always hope.
But you know, we'll keep you posted on that. Any news from Dureth?
Darius, I haven't. Let's see, it's been a little bit since you've had me send the letter.
Yes.
With how far it is to Line Mill. I mean, if anything, she would have gotten it maybe a couple of days ago. So, if she's sending anything back, a letter or anything, the fastest it would be here is maybe another, I guess, 4 or 5 days.
I see.
They aren't terribly expedient when it goes to dropping stuff off at Line Mill. If there's a large package or anything important being sent to Felbar, they might just drop something off at Line Mill on their way, but as far as sending stuff specifically to Line Mill, they tend to not care as much. Or at least they don't do it fast.
Alright. Well, thank you anyway. I don't need anything today, but my group here certainly might. It was nice seeing you, sir.
You had sent something else. Sorry, you had sent something else up to Karar, did you?
Yeah. That was more recent.
Oh, hey, I know her.
Right.
She kicks my ass.
And I had to apologize for it.
Yeah, well, she kicked your ass too.
You motherfucker.
Yeah, no, even the message Karar would still be a little bit.
Okay, this is no worries. Nice seeing you again. Till next
Of course,
time.
anytime, yes. No one else needs anything?
I walk up. How much would you take for these? And I pull out my poison, my sickly green vial, my brackish vial, and I'll put out 8 of the poisoner's poison.
Holy.
Ah, yes,
That's
okay.
awesome.
1 second, and she just kind of leans over, flips something behind the counter, and similar to the last time poisons were talked about, the door behind you, you hear like an audible clicking as it locks itself. It's like, yes, as far as those, let me take a look at the odd ones, or the interesting ones at least. And she starts examining the vials, kind of like cracks one open, very like tentatively sniffs it and quickly caps it again. See, as far as the two the two abnormal ones there, those could be fairly useful, although a bit common. The standard vials of poison, sadly I don't buy them for too much. If you're wanting to sell them, I could give you something for them, but they're a bit At least with the group that I work with, they're a bit common.
Hmm. How much for it
you-
all?
Real quick, I'm trying to think. The materials for poisoner is 50. You make 3. It does that. Those are. And you said 8 vials of the.
8 vials, yeah.
For all 8 vials of that and the 2 different looking ones, I'd say probably 200 total.
Deal.
All right. She kind of like shoves the vials a little bit over and then reaches behind her, grabs a small chest, opens it, and starts piling coin onto the table or on the counter.
Okay.
Wonderful. Okay. Anything else from anybody? Believe I've never met you. Hi.
Oh, hello. I'm Isla. What's your name?
I'm Sarah. Sarah turns back to Mivon. She's aware of everything, yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Enough.
okay.
So.
Just, well, Isla, you're a bit small. It's kind of hard to notice you.
Yeah, I get that a lot. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
No, you should know better.
Okay. Wonderful. Well, if there's nothing else, I guess have a nice day. And flips the switch back and the click of unlocking the door.
Tell Krar we miss her.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Where are you guys headed next?
Yeah, where to next?
I need to go see Loran on the way.
That one is the
Fabulous
armor.
fabrics.
Oh, the fabric. Gotcha.
While we're on the way, I speak to Isla in Elvish. And I ask her, how long are you gonna stay with us?
At least until we get the child to safety, of course. In the same language.
Are you thinking of staying later than that?
We'll see. You never know what's gonna happen.
Okay.
Excuse me.
I go to Horzu. Horzu, what do you think they're talking about?
I don't know, girly stuff.
I knew it.
Yuck.
Yeah.
I want to talk about girly stuff.
Oh,
Well.
you can talk to Mare about those kind of things.
I look at Jaffel.
Yeah.
We could get you another ribbon.
Oh.
Oh, we are on our way. Do you think we should get a new friend or a ribbon?
Could I? They tend to slip out, honestly.
We should have asked Sarah. She had ribbons in her hair.
Oh.
her
Yeah,
hair.
Feathers. Feathers.
That's a hairy bird.
Maybe I should have.
That's
It's funny because
okay.
I
We
got a
can get
picture of
one
her as a
anyway.
kid with like a flower in her hair.
Oh. What color do you like?
Purple.
Hi,
Oh.
Mitski. How you doing?
Yeah.
Matchy matchy.
Hmm?
Alright.
Mm.
Oh, you might not know that. Val has a purple ribbon
Oh,
on her arm.
I
Thank
did
you,
not
Val.
know that.
I think that'll be a nice idea. Let's get heading.
That sounds exciting. Was it good?
To the I always forget their name.
Hmm?
Lunan?
Wait, Loran's
For the-
who I'm going to.
Loran.
If the fabrics, yeah, it's Loran.
Yeah. Okay, so the fabric.
Okay. I assume yes, everyone else is going with her to the fabric store.
Mm-hmm.
As
Well,
long as we go
just
to
going.
Wonderful
the
day of
special-
shopping.
Yep.
Girly things.
Just girly
Yeah.
things. Oh no.
Look,
Whirling when no one's looking. Just girly things.
Oh. There are so many memes about
There's
that.
so many.
I like the fake ones. It is absolutely ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome, Mitski.
Farting and pissing. Just girly things.
Oh, what?
huh. I had zoned out for a second. Came back at the wrong time.
Unfortunate.
I was talking to Mitski in my chat, but okay.
What, you saying that's not... Oh. Alright.
I mean,
Anyway.
I also partake in sobbing, pissing, shitting, coming, all of those at the same time.
No.
Oh.
Come detected.
That is a
Burp snark.
God, I hate the cum detected thing.
What?
Don't we all?
Yeah.
That the loading suit, Julia?
What?
Does it take the place of like? Can you wear armor with that?
No,
loading suit?
no, that one is you have to wear that instead of armor.
Horsey just wears it over his suit of armor.
That would be awesome.
Double armor? What's under your helmet? Another helmet?
Hmm.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Actually, yeah, I would.
Yeah, we would know.
I think most of them would, yeah.
Yeah, 3 gnomes stacked on top of each other.
Oh no.
I believe it.
Plot twist: you're 3
Right.
goblins in a suit.
No.
Hey, God.
Like imagine, like you've had to roll like 3 times every time you do something.
Each leg.
I'm sorry. What, Seal?
Yeah, it turns out all of your hit points are just individual.
Wow.
Oh, there's so many real bad ones.
Okay, finally if I can replace the items you guys bought. There we go. Anyway, sorry, to Fabulous Fabrics. This location, I believe only half of you have been to. I think just Jaffel, Mival. I think Donk accompanied you once.
Yeah, baby.
Me.
I don't remember. I don't
Be
think
right
Rosie's
back.
been to the fabric store.
Mhm.
I don't remember if Mare has, but she's not with you. And Isla, it's your first time everywhere, so.
Yay.
This location you come to, and this is a fairly a little bit larger of a building. Still small for the area, but you see the sign out front is just a very stylized looking set of fabric with a spool and thread next to it. Nothing vibrant or glowing about it, although it is well painted and it looks nice.
Good sign.
But this one, as you walk in, you are immediately affronted by the amount of color in this place, the amount of what is almost seems like disorganization to it, but as you look at the flow of it, there is a sense of organization to it, roughly speaking. There are like most winter style stuff would be in one area, most gloves would be in an area, different types of leather armors are in one specific area, backpacks are in one. It's all organized chaos in the sense that each item has its own area to be in, but those areas aren't necessarily well organized. There are fabrics in all kinds of colors. There are well, you notice a small selection of pouches, only a couple left. Looks like there should have been more there, but the shelf itself is actually partially empty. Jaffel, you're immediately assaulted by the fact that, again, everything is in a different location.
Oh, jeez.
They rearranged the whole shop.
This time, not so drastically. It looks like everything was just shifted maybe one or two sections over from where it was. But it's still confusing, in a sense.
Yeah. Okay. Do I hear her anywhere? Sort of just having a bit of a little look around.
Not at all.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. Excuse me, Loren. Hello. Oh. Well, the door is open. She must be here. I go up to the counter, I guess, and try and sort of look over, see if I can see anything. Try to do
Glad
like
I'm
a
still not
perception or
hungover.
something, maybe.
This place would hurt my brain.
Yeah.
Hurts my brain and
Well,
I'm not hungover.
oh,
Just because you got small brain.
Oh, this guy.
You hear nothing.
What?
Jaffel, what's the deal? Where's this person at?
Yeah.
oh, can I make like a perception check or something?
Go for it.
Hey.
Oh, she did.
Well, I hope not.
What?
Ah!
Can that have
Darn
been
it.
the bird?
I mean, you're used to whenever you walk in, if you were to shout her name, you might hear her faintly in the back room or something. But she hasn't called out in response, and you don't see her anywhere in the front of the store.
Maybe she went up for lunch.
I'll check the back room.
Oh, dude. That's
What?
private places.
We ain't got no time for this.
I mean, we kind of do.
Walking back there.
No.
Okay, you go towards the back, the door off to the side in a corner, and as you're approaching, the door itself isn't closed, it's actually slightly open. Although, Gaffel, again, you're used to the door is actually usually wide open. This one, this time it's almost closed, but it's left slightly ajar.
Hello. Push it open.
When you get to the back room, as you open the door and kind of lean in, the back room itself is a cluster of precariously stacked boxes, some of which are sealed, some of which are open and have exposed fabrics and spools in them, different bundles and bolts. There are a couple chests or a couple crates that are. Sorry, it looks like they might have fallen over at one point. But the crates themselves are still fine. They didn't break open or anything. There's a couple barrels that have different like scrap pieces in them. This back area, while partially being storage, looks like an area where she kind of does most of her work. You do see in the far back left corner of the room, there is a work table of sorts, a very large area that she can both sew and mend everything. And then you see in the back right side of the room a stairwell that leads to a second floor. She's nowhere in sight.
Call up the stairs, I guess. Hello.
What's back there?
Well, you'll have to come and look.
Oh, but I feel bad.
What if she's in mortal peril?
Oh, when you put it that way.
Yeah. See.
All right, goes up there.
Okay, you guys are going up the steps.
Yeah, sure.
We're all going together.
I'm hanging out in the
Yep.
front.
I'm going as well.
Currently flashbang still from walking into the place.
Okay, you go upstairs. It leads to a second floor. You very quickly come to what looks like just a sitting area, like almost like a living room of sorts. Slightly disorganized. Not as much so as the shop that you're used to. But stuff still not neatly kept. But you do see Loran on the ground face down.
What?
Help her.
Oh, yeah.
Do something. Oh no. Check for a pulse.
Run up to her, check for her pulse, yeah.
Okay, give me a medicine check.
Loot the place.
Oh, me?
Do I have good medicine? I have
Oh,
some
do you?
medicine.
Oh, one moment. I don't know what my Wait, I think I
I
have
have
good
4.
I have 5.
Alright,
Oh yeah.
Rolls a 1. Sage.
Okay. You very quickly notice she's relatively fine, although she has a bruise to the temple.
Oh.
She's breathing. Barnsley just seems she was knocked out.
Ah.
Is she like, so she's not awake, but she's alive?
Yes.
Slap her awake.
No.
Oh. She's already hit her head enough.
Though I
Hit
do
her-
want to
hit
get her
her-
awake.
hit
I
her
don't know
other
how.
Keeping her up.
Can I tell if she needs like any healing?
I mean, there's nothing other than the bruise to the temple. There's nothing terribly indicating that like she's injured or whatever.
Gonna
I
grab
mean,
her
you can
shoulder.
certainly try and heal her, but it's
Shake her.
Yeah, I'll
Do
try.
we got like
I'll try.
smelling salt or something?
Hey,
I've still
lady.
got. Wait, I've still got cure wounds, so.
No, wait. Thunder Gauntlet.
Now!
What?
So. Happer.
okay. Yeah, you cast your wounds on her, and after a minute of just kind of waiting to see what happens, she starts to shift, and she kind of rolls over a little bit. What happened? Wait.
I don't know.
She grabs her head. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you last remember?
I was talking to a customer. They were asking about. Oh God. And she stands up quickly and just starts running downstairs.
I bet it was Sarah.
Oh, follower.
You see her run over to the set of boxes that had fallen over, and you see one of them is actually, well, it doesn't look damaged. It definitely looked like it was pried open. And she quickly looks at it. And, no, shit.
Oh.
Well,
Uh-huh.
Oh. It wasn't me.
oh, Kudon's gonna be pissed.
What happened?
We should have gone to Kudon first.
Ew.
Well, now we have some news for him, I guess.
Yeah, but bad news.
Okay. Well, I thank you guys for at least waking me up. Even though this headache isn't helping. I guess that's the only thing missing. Everything else seems to be in order.
What's missing?
Yeah.
Who did this to you?
Yeah.
I don't know particularly who. I was supposed to be making a project for Kudon. He had sent over, honestly, a rare bit of leather that would have made a fine set of armor. And he was hoping to enchant it for somebody, or at least to sell, I don't know. He just asked me to make it. Oh, he's gonna be so mad.
Oh, you're old.
That's true.
You guys have any idea how hard it is to find dragonhide?
What?
Oh, that's expensive.
Sounds difficult.
I've hardly ever worked with it, only a couple times in the past, and usually Kudon is the one asking me. Although I had one from one of the mage towers. I guess a recommendation from Kudon.
Do you remember what the person looked like? Maybe we can track him down.
Not at all.
No?
No one has been in the store for the past few hours. I think. What time is it?
Daffel knows what time it is. What time is it?
It is, I would say, probably at this point, 11 in the morning, closer to noon, somewhere around there.
11 a.m. How long were you out for?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's been a couple hours then. Yeah, it's been a couple hours. Although,
No customers. So someone snuck up on you?
no, since I had opened, no one has been in the store.
This is a predicament.
Okay. Can I look around and see if there's any clues as to who this could have been?
Yeah, give me an investigation check. Okay. I mean, the most you can piece together is looking at a couple different scenarios, or a couple different points of interest. The door itself was actually locked. It looked like it was partially either picked or a little bit broken. The crate was definitely the pile itself was knocked over, although the crates kind of withstood the impact. But then the one that she was looking at had been almost pried open by a crowbar, kind of haphazardly just torn open. But other than that, there's nothing around that would indicate who or what did this.
So picklocking, crowbar. I mean, me in real life is assuming it's like maybe from a rogue or some shit, just based off of what I have in my beginning thing, and then obviously like picklocking. I don't know. I if the others don't see this, I tell them.
I don't see nothing.
Oh, this is certainly going to be annoying. I guess I'll have to give Kudon half his payment back.
Much is Dragonhide worth?
Are you asking, or are you...
Yeah.
Essentially trying to recall?
No, I'm just asking in game.
Well, I mean, for a full suit of what would equate to leather armor, but made out of a dragon's hide. I mean, even to make one suit could be... Assuming I'm working on it, right? Because I wouldn't really waste much of the material. Know how to work around it. Worked with it a few times. Just to acquire it, though, could be maybe like 1,000 gold. But to find a tailor that either knows what they're doing or has worked with it before, I mean, I was paid a decent sum for it just to make the suit. I didn't pay for the materials. Kudon had essentially had it as a project. I guess I'll have to give him the payment back.
Is it like a special color or anything?
Oh well, this one was a green dragon hide. I've worked with. I think the last one was years ago, but I worked with I think it was a blue one, maybe.
Did anyone see? Oh, sorry.
The material itself is hard to find. I don't know where you would really find dragons to be common. Generally, armor made out of it, though, is resistant to the dragon's type.
Did anyone seem interested in it?
Not that I've had.
Asked about it?
No, not that I've had. Not that I've heard. Then again, some of the projects Kudon pays for aren't terribly quiet. Usually he's trying to see if there's any interest in it before he even has it to sell.
So we should go talk to Kudon and see if it was like commissioned or something?
Oh, that would be the best bet. I guess I'll head over with you guys. I have to kind of pay him back for it anyway.
Shouldn't you take a break first, or a rest?
I think I'll be alright. Oh, maybe I'll see if they got into anything else.
How far are we from the inn right now?
From the tavern?
Yeah.
I want to say it was from the fabric shop. I think it was like 10 or 15 minutes.
Huh?
Guess we head over.
Yeah. Sweet. Sounds good.
Might want to get your stuff done first, though.
He's got stuff to deal with right now.
True.
I don't need it. I'm okay. I appreciate that, but no, I'm good. We can just go get this sorted.
Okay.
Hey, you remember that thing I wanted from you a while back?
Yeah, pretty
Yeah, like
much.
imagine right now I'm like, hey, you know how you
That's
like
nice of
owe
you,
this
yeah.
person a lot? Actually I want this thing. No, I'm good. Alright,
All
let's
right. Well,
go.
if you guys are headed to Kudan, let him know I'll be over in a bit.
Okay.
No worries, we'll see you there soon.
If we're shopping for magic items, though, I'm gonna go get Granny. And the weird kid.
The weird kid. Damn.
Honestly, he hasn't said a single word this whole time.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the kid. So he's the weird kid.
I'm fine role playing a lot of different scenarios. I have no idea how to role play a kid. I've never had to do that.
Just cries.
I've been DMing for a
Fine.
while. Never had to role play a kid.
Oh my god, this kid is.
You
weird.
almost did.
Just be as bratty as possible.
He's
Easy.
selfish.
But I'll go back to the tavern if you guys want to go kudos or whatever.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe there's some more drums for Granny to pick up. Maybe a guitar. We have those out here, right? A lute.
Guitar.
You know, those guitars.
7-foot harp.
That'd be cool. The pointy end piece to stab with.
No, but how do you
Ah, yes,
move it
a
around?
battle harp.
That's actually so metal. I want one.
The entire front edge of it is just bladed.
Yeah.
Battle harp.
I could see an anime doing that.
Yeah.
I'm googling it.
All right. So Horsey, you're going back to the tavern to talk to Mare.
Mm-hmm.
Rest of you are headed to Kudon's.
Yeah.
Okay. Just real quick. Horsey, you talking to Mare? Go through that.
I just go into the tavern and ask Turtle Man, hey, you know where that old lady's at?
Oh, yeah, she's in the room that she rented. Second floor, third from the left.
Okay. Thank you. I'll walk up there and bang on the door.
What do you want, trash can?
Look at the magic stuff. Let's go. We're also solving a crime.
Want me to bring a child to a crime?
How old's the kid?
4?
It's plenty old enough. Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
Just strap one of those little backpacks with a leash on it. You coming? Huh?
I don't know if that's a great idea.
Come on, kid.
What time is it during the day?
At this
Noon.
point, closer to noon.
Do you think the turtle will watch him? Down, it's very busy.
Just cast sleep on him.
Just lock him in the room.
No, don't leave a 4-year-old.
That's why I don't have kids, man. He's old enough to watch himself. I don't know. Go ask the turtle. You could probably pay him. Just let him color at the bar.
At the
yes.
bar.
The sort of high fantasy role playing that I love in my D&D games. Parenthood.
This is why I wanted to pay someone else to take him.
We're on a quest.
What's the worst that could happen if you lock him in the room?
He dies?
How?
Swallowing something?
How's a 4-year-old gonna die in an hour?
Jumping off the bed, getting bored, finding a knife. I don't know.
Finding a knife.
If Mivel was there, she'd be yelling at you.
There's a
Oh.
chain.
I-
There's just a chainsaw in the closet.
Yeah, if I was there, I'd be like offering to watch him. Like, please.
Cast sleep on him.
No. I'm sorry, I'm not into this.
Loki, that's a really good idea. Just put him to sleep.
Close your eyes, little titty.
I mean,
I said close your eyes.
the reality of it's not great, but I mean, you're not hurting him.
How long to sleep?
Huh?
It's only
Do you have,
one
you have a sleep spell?
whole minute.
Sleep is a minute.
He closes his door and wakes you up.
That'll last longer than that. Alright, just take him with us. That's fine.
First sign of danger, we leave.
Alright.
Well, let's go.
We're in a crowded, wealthy city. I think we're alright.
You say that, but the place got robbed.
Yeah, well, I didn't tell Granny what kind of crime it was.
Okay, so for the, I guess, 4 of you that went off to Kudon's first, the 3 of you approach the building with a very familiar sight. Again, Isla, new to you. You see, where the fuck I put the description for this? Where is it? There it is. You see a very, not large, but decent-sized building, with, afraid it had stained glass. I think that's what I described it as. Very, very intricate-looking stained glass in the front. The sign itself says Kudon's. It almost looks like it says Kudon's Jewels, and then if you look very closely, there is an ampersand, the and symbol, right in between Kudon's and Jewels. If you ever travel around town, you'll hear half of the people just call it Kudon's Jewels, because half the people aren't aware that there is an and in between.
So it's supposed to be Kudon and Jules?
Yes, Kudon's and Jewels. Mostly referred to as Kudon's, but if you hear the full name of it, most people will say Kudon's Jewels.
He's real rich though, isn't he?
Well, you walk in and you're greeted by an immediate sight of there are display cases on the left and right side, right-hand walls, and then there is a set of display cases in a center aisle. Short of those, it's actually a very simplistic building. There's a counter at the far end with a very large and well-dressed but colorful-looking bugbear. And as you guys come in, it's been a bit. You guys have any Any other notes from Sarah, I guess, or anyone here to sell? Buy?
Bye.
Got a couple new things.
Nope.
We should tell him.
Nah, he
And-
doesn't need no. So you got anything to see through a dark wall of darkness?
We've already passed that, Donk.
To see through like a, you talking like a darkness spell?
Yeah, sure.
Not at all.
Oh. Okay, well,
The
never
only way
mind then.
the only way to see through that is to either be the one, and even most who casted themselves can't even see through it. The only thing to counteract a darkness spell would be to have a spell that creates light of either similar strength or higher. So
Oh.
if one were to cast a daylight spell in the middle of a darkness spell, they would kind of cancel each other out.
Yes.
Short of that, well, most mages have to concentrate on keeping the darkness orb up, so hit them a couple times and they'll probably go down. Of course, most of them, if you hit them a couple times, they'll be dead anyway. A
Okay.
lot of them depend on their arcane actions. Don't really exercise a lot. Weird to me.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay, well,
Mevel explains the
That's what I wanted to ask.
situation.
Thank you. Just like.
Okay. You see him listening for a while, and then as you get to the part where the dragon hide's missing, he gets really like pissed off look to him. Oh, well, that sucks. That's gonna be, well, you said it was this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, he couldn't have made it too far. Maybe outside of the city. Nah, even if he's going from the fabric store. It shouldn't be too hard to find him. Might have to close the place for a day, though. I'll probably go have lunch and then close it early. And then go see if I can find them. Oh, but that means I'll have to pull Jewel off one of her projects. Oh well, nah, she'll be pissed too about the missing dragon hide. That was gonna sell really well. Probably. I'm sure one of the mages would have taken it.
it sounds pretty cool. Can I get that too? Except in big armor? Heavy armor?
Well, the dragon hide is usually only made, and especially if we give it to Luran, who does fine work for her lack of organization. But the armor she makes is generally either leather or studded leather, which I actually see one of you probably has a suit from her. I was gonna have her make it into a set of studded leather, and then have the base armor is usually expensive to begin with. Jewel would probably have an enchantment project for it, and then a couple weeks from now, I'll probably sell it off for at least several thousand.
Oh, yay. Never mind, I'm broke.
Do you know who might have done it?
Oh, a lot of people. Dragonhide's almost not impossible to come by, but it's rare. I've sold several suits in the past with it, but recently it's been a bit harder to find. I mean, anyone can look at it and see that it's some kind of well-kept animal leather. So anyone could look at it and understand that it would probably sell well. Some of the honestly shitty thieves would just see it as some kind of leather hide that might sell well, but most, at least from what you described, whoever did it knows what it is. I couldn't have gotten far though.
There's no one that expressed any want for it.
Oh, there's several. There's a lot that I've talked to. Most of the mages in their towers, though. I'm sure Luron's mentioned it. I like to gauge interest for this kind of item, and usually Dragonhide, if you talk to most of the mages, they're interested, but they're usually too busy to really care about hiring someone to make it or anything, so there's a couple interesting fellows that tend to like buying really anything with a bestial origin. I can't imagine any of them would be good at stealing, though.
Anybody who might know how to use a picklock.
Maybe a couple of them. Most of the ones I talked to would not bother picking it and just blast it, so they don't tend to be the patient types. But I'm sure there's several thieves. I'm sure a lot of people you could find that would at least know something to do with lockpicking, but not anyone I talked to. At least not that I'm aware of. And again, some of them have their interesting sides to them, so you never know. But no, it actually should be, with how quickly you got the news to me, it shouldn't actually be too bad. I'll be closed for at least most of a day, but other than that, it shouldn't be too hard to find him. A lot you can do with arcane means.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
but I am very glad you told me. That way I can at least get a head start on it, and it's not a multi-day project. Probably just spend the rest of the day trying to find them. Maybe tomorrow as well, depending on how fast they are.
I mean, if you can tell me who they are.
Oh, I wouldn't know who they are. There's a lot of arcane means to track objects, not people. Although I guess there are arcane means of tracking people as well. But if you don't know the person but you know the object, you can track the object kind of well. Still in a limited area, so I mean, even if I cast it now, I think it's... I have to double check the spell. I think it's a 1 mile radius. Oh, where the fuck is the spell? No, 4th level? No, that's locate creature. Where the fuck is locate object? Yo, how can I not find this spell? I know there's a locate object spell. There it is, I totally passed by it. It's a 2nd level spell. Oh, 10 minutes. For 1,000 feet. Okay. Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to track down an object even without knowing the person carrying it. Although, I guess the only issue is the person carrying it might not be the person that stole it, so they might not know it's stolen.
Mm-hmm.
But, well, that's not my problem. My problem would be finding it and getting it back. I don't care who has it right now. It's still mine.
I side-eye Jaffel. And I kind of pull her to the side.
Yes.
So I see
Uh-huh.
an opportunity here. The thing that I want to buy from him could be, could have a good little discount if we find this thing for him.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to help whoever ran out, so.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Sweet.
I think we should wait for the others, but that's just my thoughts on it.
I agree. That's sweet. Let's head to the group, see what they think.
Yep.
Great plan.
I would say also about the time that you're done discussing this with Gudon, and he's talking about this. Horzu and Mary, you guys would have arrived.
So I explain the situation to them and basically say what I said to Jaffel. If they want to do it.
Koda, long time no see.
Welcome. Your friends informed me that you've had an interesting morning. And I'm certainly going to have an interesting evening, possibly tomorrow.
Need some help finding that hide there?
No, it shouldn't be that hard.
Are you sure?
Between Jewel and I mean, it's annoying to shut down the store for a night, but between Jewel and I, it's not that hard to find.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Uh-oh. You know this book?
Jewel's a person?
Yeah.
We
That's why
meet
it's
her
called.
last time? I don't think we
That's
did.
why it's called Kudons and Jewels.
I thought it was with Kudon's jewels.
Oh, there's an and in there.
Oh, that's what that is. Sheesh.
It's under 4 letters. I just ignore it. Says
That was just a squiggly line.
Yes,
Someone got bored.
It's Kudons and Jewels. I'm Kudon, I run the front. Jewel is actually usually the one that makes most of this stuff. Although I help occasionally.
Yeah. Oh, I like stuff. You got any new stuff? I want to see new stuff.
I have a couple new
Please.
things. Well, I guess since you guys have since you guys have been here, well, the only new things I have that you probably haven't looked at would be there's an enchanted breastplate. I don't know why Jewel thought it was a good idea. She likes to make very interesting but fast enchantments. I can't fault her for that. She's made a set of cast-off breastplate.
So, what does that mean for someone like Horzu that doesn't understand?
If for whatever reason you need to get out of your armor really quick, it takes you literally 6 seconds to do it.
Oh.
That actually might be good for her, though.
Already do that.
Oh, damn it, never mind.
Again, one of the more niche and interesting enchantments that she makes. There's also an Orb of Time. Literally just tells you what time it is for the day. Great for if you're underground or anywhere without sun.
Any chance you have a diamond?
Might have a couple.
Well,
What size?
No.
What
a
use? I should
300
ask.
p diamond.
Wait, that's right? Bully.
Yeah.
I think it's worth 300
Yeah.
for the fight. Oh yeah, 300 OP.
Oh, okay. One of the base resurrection spells. I might have a couple, maybe like one or two that are in that range. I do carry some of those, and then some of the more expensive ones, although those are kind of rare to find anyway. I can show you what I might have in that range. A couple of which will probably be way more expensive than what you're looking for.
Yeah, on the lowest side of the range would be excellent. I'll have a look.
Okay. Well, I'll get those in a second, and then the last item that is new here, I guess, since you guys have been. Again, I don't know why she makes these, but if you're interested, there's a staff of bird calls.
No.
And as he says that, he looks over and notices the owlin in the room. And again, I don't know if those are terribly offensive. I mean, it just makes bird calls, so I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't think we've ever met.
No. I'm Isla. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Again, I guess you've heard me say it a couple times. I'm Kudon.
No, bird calls. They're for the. They're not speaking bird language. It's just, the regular birds. It's fine.
That just says, hello, how you doing?
No, it's actually just birds screaming fucking curse words.
Well, most bird song is like, "Come and frick me." So actually,
Yeah, that's true.
that's not too far. I don't say that out loud. I wouldn't.
To make some bird friends.
No, the non-sentient one, or not human intelligence.
Well, you never know.
Use it on Krar.
Oh no.
But
I
yeah, other than
wouldn't
those,
suggest that.
other than those few items, I guess most of the ones you've seen before. Although I guess she might not have, considering she's new here. Like, feel free to look around. Although I guess I won't be open for. Well, as soon as you guys leave, I'll probably close.
Mayval puts all of her gold on the thing. On the counter.
Okay.
And she says, remember when I asked you about those items last time I was here? The ones that help.
Oh, the cooling stones for the desert. Yes.
I'd like to, I'd like to purchase those.
How many?
She side-eyes Isla and sighs and 6.
Okay. Well, 6 wouldn't be too bad. Takes a bit of time. Are you on a time crunch, are you?
We're running over to Felbar and coming back at some point.
Oh, well, that would be plenty of time then. So time's not too much of an issue. I mean, cost-wise, looks at the pile on the table. If you're buying them in a batch, I could probably give you a slight discount on that. You guys have been here before, bought some stuff. Is that all you buying today?
Yep,
Anyone else buying anything?
This is all I'm buying.
How much was that breast armor?
I'm looking at that diamond, but yeah.
Right, the diamonds. Well, the breastplate itself, because breastplate is expensive to make to begin with. It even for just the basic, the simple enchantment, it's like it was 480.
Fuck. I'll just keep looking.
I've
keep my eyes on it.
wondering if I could sell you some stuff.
Of course, depends on the stuff though.
All right.
Anything magical? Probably.
So I'll
Anything
pull up,
mundane? Why are you here?
Exactly. I'll pull out the vial of red sork juice. Pop that on the counter. And then
Okay.
the gem from the fire, but I'm going to keep it covered up and let him know what it's about.
That's an interesting one.
And I was wondering if you could appraise this and tell me if there's anything fishy about it. And then pop down the diamond from the suit.
Okay. You set the diamond on the table, and he, like, without really even looking at it for that long, he just glances at it and.
The diamond.
Well, I mean, that would be pretty much what she's looking for.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's on the up and up.
Right. Okay. I guess, yeah, give me like 20 seconds, and I'll just figure out what these are. And you just see him very quickly go down the line of just quick identifying everything. You just put the vial and the gem, yeah?
Yeah.
You didn't put the suit on the table?
No.
Okay. Well, the vial, while being a strong one, is only particular to a certain type of caster, so those are annoying to sell. So that would honestly lower the price a little bit of what I could give for you. But they are, if you do meet a sorcerer, very high demand for them. As far as the gem, I know some people that would want to buy it just for their pure interest. I don't know if they would particularly be the best to sell it to. Let's see, for the vial and the gem, just those two, I assume you're keeping the diamond.
Yeah.
Diamond's fine, by the way. That one worth probably, like $350. Let's see, the vial. To make it's annoying, because to get the liquid inside is always weird. For both of these together, I'd say 2,400 gold. Although the vial itself is worth a lot more than the gem. While the gem is interesting, it's doesn't seem that complicated to make.
Yeah. This is all loading stuff. You guys good with that?
Yeah. Are you gonna sell him his head too, or Oh wait, no, we left that back at the place.
Yeah, we don't have that done.
To be fair, it's priceless.
Any objections, Mayor? Eval?
No.
Jaffel?
Are you giving me that diamond?
Yeah, you can have the diamond.
Oh, thank you. Yes, fine.
Right, so you have a diamond worth 350 gold.
Yep, which I will hand to Jaffel. Deleting that from my inventory.
And that thing is worth a single person's life.
Yep.
So yeah, it burns off to 1, does it?
Yep.
Damn. Alright, good to know.
That is the cost of the resurrection spells. Any of them just consume whatever diamond you're using. Kind of sucks for them too, because it's like if you use a diamond worth like 600, but you're only using it for Revivify, still consumes the entire diamond.
Not just half of it. Yeah, I guess we'll sell the liquid and the gem then. We have no use for.
Wonderful. Well, honestly, the gem I could probably sell quick, so it's good. Might know a couple people that might be interested in the vial. But anyway, yeah. Just straight money, or are you guys planning on buying anything while you're here?
I guess Donk wants something.
Trade's always easier to exchange.
Well, I don't even know if it's worth me having the big armor. Because then I'll just be like a big Horzu.
Oh, so you mean you'd be unstoppable?
Yeah,
So I have to
probably.
point
Yeah,
out
you're right.
I have to point out breastplate with the armor that it is. Horzu, I believe you're wearing scale mail.
Yeah.
So breastplate is pretty much the same armor class, but it doesn't have the disadvantage to stealth.
Oh. Does that change my armor class? I think it gives me an extra 1. Oh no, it's the same as chainmail. He said. Never mind.
Well, chainmail's a base 16. A breastplate is the same as scale mail, which is a 14 plus dexterity up to 2. So, I mean, for you, it would literally change nothing, other than
I think that would instantly strip.
that, and you wouldn't have disadvantage on stealth, because I think actually your chainmail gives you disadvantage.
Oh, does it? I haven't been rolling that, so. Or is it, if you buy me this armor, I'll give you 300 gold. Bought me 100. 150.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there any language understanding thingies?
Oh, that's how about. Yeah. Good job.
Well, I mean,
Horzu.
there is the yeah, there's a helmet of comprehend languages over there.
Shoot, how much does that cost?
560.
Oh, balls.
But you can comprehend any language whenever you want.
Alright. We should probably
Can't
do that.
can't speak it though. That's I have to note that. You can
But
understand it.
read it.
You can read it. If someone speaks it to you, you understand them. Can't speak it though.
Like I said, I don't
helmet
need
is it?
a new armor. I think I'm okay. It's just it would be cool. I'd rather spend our money in reading secret notes and uncovering mysteries. Detective Donk is on the case.
How much is that? Is my order gonna be?
Oh, for 6 of them, assuming a batch rate, because I shouldn't be too hard for Jewel to make them. 3 quick things. For 6 of them, it'd be 500.
We just add that to the thing then.
Yeah, what?
I'm just gonna take it out of the. Okay.
I give Horzu a well, look. What?
We just made $2,400 off loading. Just use it for group stuff. Easy peasy.
Only fair.
Vival's lip trembles, but she hides it.
I mean,
Thank
trade is
you.
always easier. It makes things a lot cheaper and faster. So, I mean, if we're doing it in trade, and honestly, for these 2 items and those, are you guys buying anything else, or I can hand you the rest in cash, and then you can kind of figure it out yourselves.
Yeah, we'll do that so you can go catch your dragon guy.
Alright, well, okay, yeah, I'll just take the cooling stones off the amount here, and, well, here's 2,000 gold.
Fuck, I just stole. I just sold half my stock to be able to get all of that for us.
Oh no.
Yep.
Oh no.
My stock.
We should have gone to coupons first.
We should have gone to coupons first.
Although you
It's
can
always-
just go buy your stuff back, I guess.
Always good to know what your magical loot is worth.
Yeah.
Lesson learned.
So we got the helmet and
Oh, sorry, I forgot to take the helmet off. Right.
Donk's weird breastplate.
Yeah, we don't have to buy that.
So
I
minus
don't
the
know if it's
helmet.
worth it.
You're worth it, Donk.
That's not a.
Are you getting the breastplate? Yes? No?
It's up to Donk.
I mean, it's useful for either of you.
Yeah, Horsey doesn't change. He's gonna be in that smelly armor for the rest of his life. Sure. I'll get the armor.
Okay, so for the cooling stones, the helmet, and the armor, take those out of what owing you, then splits the pile in half. There's 1,000.
Okay. So after the helmet, the breastplate, and the cooling stones, we have 1,000.
Yes.
I'm not taking any of it.
Alright, deal. What kind of helmet is it? Like, what's the base helmet?
There is no like base helmet to it. It's just it's a more of like a trying to think of what the fucking. I'd say it looks similar to Magneto's helmet from the movies.
Okay.
Just kind of looks like that, but it's not part of an armor set.
Alright, easy peasy. Alright, group, we have 1,000 left if anybody wants anything.
I'm happy with my diamond.
I'm good. I'm spoiled.
Yeah, I think
There's
okay.
no banks.
I can always go through the list of items again.
Maybe one more time. Be
All
safe.
right, I'm just gonna very quickly copy paste them.
We passed.
And those are the common ones, minus the breastplate because you already bought that.
Bottle
I
of
don't
balance tough.
Ice pouch! We're getting it!
Yeah.
What?
There's the
And
one.
you guys, of course. Yeah.
Okay, and those are the uncommons, minus the helmet that you bought, and the drums aren't there anymore. 'Cause you already bought those.
Alchemy
Mystery
jug.
key.
The mayor
Honestly, for a
producer.
common item, a mystery key is fantastic. It has a 5% chance of unlocking anything.
Once it
Consume,
unlocks,
though, isn't
is
it?
it used forever?
Yes, it's a single use, but you can keep using it until you fail, or until you succeed.
Yeah, until you succeed.
I think the only stipulation that isn't noted, but I would assume most people would do, is you can't do it in the same lock over and over.
Oh yeah,
It's
'cause
just
it doesn't fit.
Yeah, once it fails for one lock, it just doesn't work for that lock anymore.
What's the tankard of sobriety?
It is literally a tankard that if you pour alcohol into it, it's non-alcoholic.
Man.
Non-alcoholic alcohol.
It is, yes, it is as if you were drinking, like, say you drank the whiskey. It just wouldn't get you drunk. It still tastes like the whiskey, but you don't get drunk.
Trick someone into a drinking contest with it, and you can win every bet.
It is honestly the
Oh.
only useful instance of it. Until somebody finds out, and then you start a massive bar fight.
Breathing bubble? I'm assuming I know what that means. I just want to know, like, the limitations of it.
Breathing bubble, I believe it's a 1 hour per day limitation. Let me just double check that. Yeah, you can breathe underwater for an hour a day.
I'm thinking just, like, I mean, I don't know how often we're going to be in that sort of area, but it might be helpful for Val if she ever gets... I don't think she can swim.
No, she can't swim.
Wait, she can?
She cannot.
Cannot. Okay, sweet. Just want to make sure that I heard that. That's
The
good.
backseat paddle.
She listen, no. What's the Eldritch Clock tattoo?
Oh,
that's the fancy one that I like giving people. Honestly, a long list of shit, so I'm just gonna very quickly rattle off. All of your unarmed strikes are now magical, and they get a +1 bonus to both hitting and damage. And then, as a bonus action, once a day for the next minute, all of your unarmed strikes now have a range of 15 feet, and they get bonus force damage.
Huh?
Oh, actually, it's any melee attack. Sorry, I thought it was just unarmed strikes.
Claws?
Claws count for the magical bonus. The range thing is any melee.
So my rapier?
Yes. So having the tattoo, your claws would be considered magical, and they get a bonus to attack. But the 15-foot range and the force damage applies to any weapon.
Oh my fuck.
It being a tattoo, is it forever?
So it requires attunement. It's essentially a needle that when you attune to it, instead of essentially tattooing you with it, it sinks into your skin and forms the tattoo. And then while you're attuned to it, that is on you. You can, once you unattune to it, it just forms back into the needle.
Could you use it again?
Yeah.
Like reattune to it, basically.
Yeah.
That's sick. That's cool.
The only issue with tattoos, in the sense, the rarer that tattoo, the more it covers of your body. So the Eldritch Claw tattoo would cover one entire arm.
Oh no. Fur.
It would essentially cause a design in your fur.
No! Okay.
That's sick.
That's awesome.
I don't want to draw that!
Yeah, you have to redraw every portion.
No,
Oh,
no,
no.
actually, no! She has her bandages! She has her fucking bandages!
Yeah.
It doesn't have
You're
to
right.
be like you could just do it like it's a circle. The tattoo is simple.
Wiener shaped.
No.
Eldritch Claw tattoo. Oh man.
Yeah, it's weird because the two different things that it does are the magical strikes are just for unarmed strikes, but the range bonus and the force damage, it only lasts a minute per day, but it's any melee attack.
Mm.
And I'll just copy and paste it into the D&D chat just to make sure.
We gotta get that handy spice pouch though.
Yeah. Wait, is that here?
I'll be honest, I forgot that was in there. That was there last time you guys were here.
I read it and I didn't see it.
Inky tendrils.
Wait, where is it?
Right under Orb of Time.
Under the Orb of Time, right above the mystery key.
Oh.
There it is. Yeah. Okay, how did I miss that? Because I went through looking for it. Because
I'll be honest, I have no idea.
Okay.
What's the attunable rule?
You can have up to 3 attunements.
Okay.
And it takes, I think, an hour to attune to something.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I guess that is the only issue, is I didn't list whether stuff is attunement or not. Most of this isn't. Certain things that are obvious, like the tattoo or I think the Gauntlets of Ogre Power might be attunement. But I think for the most part, I don't think any of this is attunement. A couple of the uncommons are.
Can I just buy the spices? Since it's 90.
I mean, yeah, if you want to buy the spice pouch.
Yeah, that's most of my gold.
All right. Someone call heads or tails.
Tails. That's what I always pick.
So that's good.
All right. Well, I guess I'm getting a thing. I'll use my own money.
It's almost 600 gold.
Yeah.
There's the description for the spice pouch.
All right.
Do I just delete the money?
So
Sad.
You can take off 90 gold.
minus.
That's fine. Just take off the 0.
Where is it? Where is it?
Yeah, there you go. Yes.
Yeah, we'll get them. Grab them.
Oh my god.
Darn it.
We've you're buying the tattoo.
Yep.
There goes 570.
Jesus Christ. All right.
You'll be so strong.
So
You're down to
strong.
43 gold.
Yep. Yep.
Oh, it's such a good tattoo, though. I love it.
I might draw it at some point.
Giving any melee character a 15-foot reach is disgusting.
That is so gross, yeah.
Also, extra force damage.
Oh.
You imagine Donk swinging a big-ass fuck-off sword and hitting stuff 15 feet away?
Long reach.
Man. I keep hitting my toggles.
I guess we'll just pop that 1,000 gold we have left into the community bin.
Wait, how much was left?
1,000.
What's that split?
Well, it depends, Donk. How much did you...
Should I pool in, like, well, I'm not going to take any of it, since I used mine for the armor, or used some for the armor. So that leaves,
I just took it,
how many people
the armor
bought?
out.
Oh, you did use some for the armor.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I totally took all of that out of the pool.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So you keep your money, Donk, and we'll just take it out of the pool.
Okay.
So we have 1,000 left in the pool, and we'll just put it in the bag of holding, and if anybody needs money at any point, we'll just pull from it.
Maxine! How you
Okay,
doing?
just
How's your
my
stream?
notes.
Thank you for the
Spice pack
raid.
Gone. Where is the Eldritch Claw tattoo? Is gone. The Helm of Comprehend Languages is gone. And the cast-off armor is gone. Is that it?
Where do I put the tattoo? Is that underneath like features and traits or nah?
I would probably put it under treasure and
Treasure.
list full description for it.
Okay.
Whoops.
Copy.
I'm gonna be right back.
Things to note: the Eldritch Claw tattoo is attunement. Doesn't matter too much right now, but the future, it can be a problem because you can only have 3 attunements.
Oh. I don't think she's gonna really use a lot of attunement stuff.
You never know. I might just throw a bunch of them at you.
Okay.
Weapons, armor, jewelry.
Yeah, the Eldritch Claw tattoo is attunement. I believe the Helm of Comprehend. No, that's not. Never mind. The helm is just fine. The cast-off armor is good.
Just doing some
what
emotes?
else
That
did you guys
sounds
buy?
pretty nice.
What am I missing?
Did
Oh,
you
the
get
spice
any
pouch is the spice
done, or is it for your own channel or for someone else?
Yeah, I think that's the only attunement item that you guys bought this time.
Nice.
Okay, but it's gonna look real cool on her fur. I'm not gonna lie. But I don't want to draw it.
Right?
You've
I
made
was
your
like
bed.
making the argument with these magical tattoos that, like, yes, technically fur would cover a tattoo because, like, you think on a person if they grow hair it would cover the tattoo. But I like that since they're magical in nature, it would form over the fur.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have bandages over my arms anyway. So meh.
Yes, but a future drawing.
Maybe one.
I mean, you gotta have at least one drawing with her swinging fucking eldritch-looking claws at people.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, you fucking right though.
Just like fucking.
Oh,
like,
you fucking
some kind of purple inky darkness behind it, and just a claw reaching out and grabbing at somebody or some shit.
Why do you do this?
Because it sounds cool. That's why I like giving people this tattoo.
Jesus Christ.
It's one of my favorites.
All right.
Also, it's weirdly cheap for what it does.
All right, I'm happy. Have a good night's sleep, Bexy. I really appreciate you. Thank you for that raid again.
Should let this dude go and find the proof
And yeah.
His dragon scales there. Otherwise.
True.
It's also really late, so I'm just gonna essentially cut it there. If y'all decide you want to buy something else in between now and next session, feel free to let me know.
There's
But
1,000 gold in the community pot that's up for grabs.
1,000, yeah. I'll look through the items again and see if any, because some of them look pretty cool. I just haven't really settled on any, I suppose, right this second.
You keep getting spellcasting like stuff. The Acor, the Dive.
Yeah.
Hey, at least the diamond you guys had.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's good. Yeah.
It's really good.
Also, just because I like throwing big numbers at people, I'm gonna throw in the list of rare items and then
Oh,
you can all understand how expensive some of them are.
Oh my.
Let's just buy the mystery key and then break into his shop with it.
Win-win.
Yeah, because that'll end well.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
I'm honestly surprised Horzu hasn't casted Detect Magic here.
My mind would explode.
Yeah.
I've been waiting for it just for the little bit of information it would give you, and then things would happen.
Oh no.
Oh.
Guess I need to detect magic.
Because also no one's done a perception check in this place.
It's true.
The
My
good old
mind would
group here.
explode.
Wait, what do you mean we haven't? Isn't this the one where the door is all weird?
That
Yeah,
hut
and the
or
few people
castle
that
door.
noticed the door rolled shit for it.
Yeah.
Huh.
Alrighty, so that's it there. Wahoo.
Yep. I guess yeah,
Oh.
that was the only thing I missed in the description for Isla was the door in the back that has 5 different handles.
5 different handles. He's really got a handle on things.
No, she's muted
Someone
anyway,
had to
so
make-
I think she's gone.
Yeah, she said.
Yeah,
"Bye."
she said be right back.
yeah, that's what I
Oh,
thought.
Anyway,
You'll
y'all,
never
so
know
that's
the
it,
mystery of the
unfortunately,
5 door.
for the game.
Uh,
Are we still good for next Saturday?
you fucking know it.
Probably.
Probably. Just let me know otherwise. And we'll
I'll let you guys know as soon as I know.
Let's go and raid Mina again.
no worries. Okay. Well, yeah. Sorry. See you guys. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, bye.
Bye. Alright, guys, go give Mina some love. Again, we're raiding her. She deserves all the love. But yeah.
You going to bed, work?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Bye,
For what?
guys.